I like turtles.
Yay! Turtle.
You know what's great about turtles? Their shells make great bowls when you turn them into soup. Let's ask Phil.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Yeah, you need to send those letters to Cash Money in care of the Phantom Hooligans.
And also send it to Baron Orman Aggie. Yes.
Oh, special guest. What do we got?
Oh,
nerd! Nerd! Nerd!
Turtles!
Turtles, yay! 3 hours of turtle talk. Look at that. I got the biggest name on the board. Not Impleton.
The Hooligans.
Hooligans. Who's that guy?
I don't know. I heard he's new.
Oh.
I heard he's coming up in the world, though.
Oh, remember he was a special guest on the Rumble stream a few weeks back?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
Good evening and welcome, one and all, to this edition of Pacific Forum 4 Pop Talk on the Pacific Forum 4 YouTube channel, Rumble channel, and Twitch page, along with Baron Orman Tags, Facebook page, and YouTube page, and the Phantom Hooligans.
Woohoo!
And along with Cash Money 007 and Baron Orman Tag, I am your host, Mike. And this evening, we will be welcoming in our guest, DJRonnie G, who will be here shortly. But before we get into today's show, I do want to say hello to those of you who have popped into the chat. And of course, we will also be reading T-Gap Steve's latest interpretation of Beverly Hills 414. And speaking of T-Gap Steve, good to see you, T-Gap.
Hello, T-Cap. T-Cap.
Big Daddy.
We also have Ensign Rusher, good to see you. It's been a while, brother.
Hello.
And of course, things have just become a bit more logical here.
Yes.
And our emotions are now in check as the logical one, Spock, is here.
Captain, I will not use the Vulcan touch yet.
Ooh, the Vulcan touch.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like something that Isaac Hayes would sing. Like, I got the Vulcan touch for you, baby. Oh yes. It's logical, but yet erotic. I tell you what. You know what? The thing is, I have finally did it. It hit me in the shower today. It hit me in the shower. I have the key. That too. The world beast. I have the key to world beast. I do have it. I know exactly. Yes. Yeah. And I'm serious.
Oh, you do, right? Do you? Yes.
Right. Yeah. I know the thing where people who are Christian, Muslim, Jewish, atheist, Buddhist, agnostic, they'll all agree, right, and come together in harmony. And I'm talking about people who are, Americans and North Koreans, Asians, Middle East, right? All the people coming together, black, white, it doesn't matter, but I figured it out.
Yeah.
Everybody is rooting for Mike Tyson to beat the shit out of that Paul kid, right?
Yeah,
so if we can keep that, if we can keep that going, we will have the only ones who are against this. The only one who are against him are the very small number that are his fans and juggalos, and we don't care about them.
Yes, I want Mike Tyson to just pop him in the face. Yes.
Am I wrong? I mean, if you take a look across, people who are part of the Triple K organization, Black Panthers, Neo National Socialists, the Anti-Defamation League. All of them are coming together, man. It's peace and harmony. All we need to do is just set up a constant stream where Mike Tyson's beating the crap out of Jake Paul.
I agree, man. Let's have that happen.
Yeah.
I like it.
The war in the Middle East will be over. The war in Ukraine will be over. All that. Am I not wrong? I mean, am I right?
I mean, I wish it started a chain reaction like that. That'd be amazing.
I mean, it already is. I mean, we need more of this, folks.
I think the Cubs will win another World Series before that happens, Baron.
Well, yeah. I mean, Tyson is getting up there a little bit, but
he is. But I have to admit, those Paul kids or men, I should say. I guess they're men. They do certainly. Okay, they certainly are doing some really good promotion with this stuff. I have to say that. But yes, I definitely want Tyson to knock that guy out.
Oh yeah, you know what? I think there's a lot of Japanese because I think wasn't Jake Paul along with the ride when they were in Japan doing all that BS. So it's like, so I mean, the biggest pay-per-view audience will probably be Japan.
He did apologize for it, but it's also like, dude, why did you do this? Yeah, when I heard about that, I'm like, nobody. Nobody.
You want to know why? Clicks, views. That's all he cares about.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yep. And I'm sure the apology wasn't genuine, and I don't think the Japanese people, rightly so, fell for it. Yeah. So, Mike Tyson, you are our key to world peace.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Spock, you have a point. I know that. Yeah, even if he gets knocked out, he'll become more popular. Yeah, I can see that. People can be ridiculous.
Well, if he hits them just right. Never mind. I'm not. Sorry, I don't want to get us. Well,
look at this guy.
Oh wow!
All right, we'll bother.
Good to see you, Salty Traveling Sea.
We'll bother this man later.
Yeah. Good to see you, brother. I hope everything's going well for you, man. And you're right, we are savages.
Yes.
Well, I don't know if we're savages or if it's this latest edition of Beverly Hills 414 by T-Gap Steve that might make us savages.
Big Daddy.
Yep.
Well, let me just make sure the music's not too loud where it's blaring in everybody's ears. And
that magnificent song. Yes, it's just magnificent. It brings a tear to my eye. Oh, yes. Listen to that, man.
I don't even want to know what's happening in this episode.
I know, me either.
I'm going in blind, man. I'm going in blind.
Me too.
Previously on Beverly Hills 414. Mike had dropped off his groceries from the bodega, and it was nice to have more than a few condiments and takeout tubs in the fridge again. But if he was going to cook, he needed meats.
Meat.
His phone directed him to the closest shop. It was conveniently called a Butcher's. He just hoped this wasn't one of those places where you picked your own chicken and they butchered it live.
Hey, those are the best places, man. You know it's fresh.
His nose warned him as he stepped inside. There wasn't the scent of meats. Instead, scents of fresh baked bread met his senses. This was odd for a place of meat. Well, did Mike of Beverly Hills 414 actually look at the description on his GPS, or did he just see that it said butcher shop and went, okay, I'm going. I'm going. Hello, friend. We have a special on cinnamon rolls and brioche buns. What can I get you? The big man behind the counter grinned and motioned to the shelves of pastries behind him.
Meat.
The butchers, Mike asked, looking about, and the man laughed. Of course, I'm George Butcher, and this is my bakery. Oh, did you think it was an actual butcher shop? See, that's why the Mike of Beverly Hills 414 should have looked at the description first.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Instead of going, oh, it butchers. Okay. Look at it right there.
I don't know. I think the mic of Mayberry would have fallen for it too.
Ah.
Baird.
What?
Baird. You're marking the first time when we're having a guest. But you know what?
How about no?
I'm just saying. He's not here yet, so.
Well, it is a little confusing, Mike admitted. Though the cinnamon rolls kept drawing his gaze. I guess, but I bought the place from Kevin Baker, the candle maker. Mike nodded.
What the okay.
Like I said, I don't know where this is going. I never know where this is going.
The candle maker.
He's getting weird here.
He is.
Stop it.
Of course, before then it was an Asian massage parlor and got closed down due to offering happy endings with their hot wax special. Before you ask, old Kevin didn't use her wax in his candles.
What the fuck?
I don't
Okay.
like happy endings.
Oh, boy.
I don't ever know where these are going.
I
And
knew
every time I think I can figure it out, Steve throws in so many strange and weird circumstances.
Well, that's why I don't even try to figure it out. I just ride.
No,
I just
Yeah,
go with the
just
flow,
go with
man.
the flow. Exactly.
It saves what little brain power I have and brain cells.
Don't cut yourself short, Baron.
I'm 5'10" and a half, so I'm not that short.
I knew.
I
he
mean,
was
I'm
gonna-
under 6 foot tall.
I knew he was
I
gonna
know
make-
I'm under 6 foot tall, and women think that all men are the size of midgets. Yeah, and that's right, Phil. I said midgets.
Oh boy.
Okay.
In all letters can be sent to Baron Tag and care of Phantom Legacy.
Baron sat in the parking lot in the driver's seat of the loaner. Yeah, the loaner, Baron. That's what you get because your car's still in the shop.
I know. It's just
And the chips you wanted so badly out of that vending machine.
hey, when you find chips that you like, you want them, man.
Okay. Yeah. DJ Ronnie G. Did you see the message?
Yes, I saw the message.
I don't know. I don't have a message. Did anybody give me a message? No one did a message.
I have the Discord open, Cash. I told you guys.
I know.
This is one of the rare exceptions.
Whoa,
I'm going to have the Discord open.
Whoa. Whoa.
Hey, don't go, guys. It's Cash that's the one that's being a goofball here, not me. what?
Not this. Yeah. It's not Baron this time. It's amazing.
Yeah.
When Cash or you start something, I'm going to address both of you.
I don't blame him for it. I really
Yeah,
can't
we're-
blame him.
Well, we do raise that pirate flag, do we not, Baron? Yo.
Oh. We need a turtle flag today. Turtles?
Turtle flag. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have time to make one. Anyways, he goes on to say, and bit his lip. Not only was he snackless, but they had a special order, the new plexiglass for his instrument panel. Plus side, they had the spare car. Downside, it was this car, like some misbegotten love child of a Honda Element and a Gremlin, with the gas mileage to match. Sounds like it's perfect
Oh,
for
my.
Mad Max.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there we go. That's what you'd be driving tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
You want the keys?
Sure. There was no point in delaying it as he started the engine and it eventually turned over with a bit of a ping. Maybe he'd luck out. It'd break down in the lot. But no, it turned over. Well, the longer he sat there, the less time he had for Baron things around town and back home. So he put the loaner in gear and pulled out. He was soon on his way. He now understood why the mechanic had nicknamed the thing the ex-wife. It was slow to get moving, expensive to run, loud, and took the corners and curves like a brick. I'm sorry for laughing, but that's just too funny.
No comment.
First off, given his pill, yeah, crap. You take over, Baron. I got a cough.
Oh, okay. Here I am. So first off, given his pilfered snack foods, he was going to go and get breakfast. Yes, breakfast, but not at the car hop. He couldn't be seen by the cute girls on skates in this wreck.
Oh, no.
No, I can't. No. Crypto kept feeling a dire, ominous tug in the bottom of his gut. The competition was about to take place, and there were several chins here who were magnificent. Truly, truly magnificent. A little too magnificent. He tilted his head a bit and cursed under his breath. He recognized that one, and that one as well. All the chins had been worried about, he recognized.
Gosh.
They were all chin models. Dun, dun, dun.
I think that's
And the
probably a
magnificent-
thing. It's
Yeah,
probably a
might
thing.
be. You never know. I mean, you got the foot fetish people, but probably chin
Yep.
fetish. I tell you.
Oh, boy.
In Magnificent Chins Monthly, a magazine he only subscribed to for chin enhancement products, and the articles, not the centerfolds, each of them. Is that true? Just the articles? Okay, sure. Admittedly, Magnificent Chins were a bit of a niche group. See, the niche.
Niche. You
When
did.
it- Niche, yeah.
Yeah,
That
good job.
niche, this group when it comes to competitions. And it begged the question, were they there organically or had they come in to be ringers? Sure, I thought they were saying maybe they were, they were falsies, like boob jobs, chin jobs, That
Right.
prize money that had been guaranteed to be his was now in doubt.
Oh,
He might
no.
just, no.
That's
Dum,
terrible.
bum. He
Yeah.
might just have to break out his ultimate secret weapon for this competition. But it was expensive. Was it worth it? Are the cinnamon rolls going to get the better of Mike, and get him to forget about buying meat? Or is it a setup for yet another big sausage joke? You like big sausage? Is Baron going to survive the trip and the ex-wife doing his errands? Or will he give into the temptation to try and total the vehicle and claim injury on his insurance? What is Crypto's secret weapon? And will it win him the competition? Or will it all be for naught against the professional collections of chins?
I will. Yep. And I'll help you out, and I'll read the next part for you, Barons. And all this and more as Beverly Hills 414 continues after these messages. Back to you, Baron and Mike.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Wow. Great effort there, Cash. Yeah. Doing some of the heavy lifting.
I did some of the heavy lifting.
And let us not forget that today's episode is brought to you by T-Gap Steve's Merkin Mercantile. If you're bold down there, please give them a call. 1-800-555-BUSH. 1-800-555-BUSH. Back to you, Mike.
It can help.
And as we wait for our guests to arrive, I do want to say hello to those who have popped in. The Padawannabe is here. Good to see you.
Yeah.
I want to be.
Salty Traveling Sea. We also have Phil McCracken.
Jeez, yep, of course.
Oh, no, he got in here?
Yeah, he did. Agent Smith started popping in again.
Yep.
We also have the Nerdport Life Form. Good to see you, Brian.
Wow.
Hey, Brian.
We also
Michael Chiklis. Michael Chiklis.
Michael Chiklis or an Amish guy. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
We also have Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. Good to see you, Tommy. And of course, our guest of honor is on his way, DJ Ronnie G. But before we go any further, I do want to acknowledge one thing, and we have a member chat from
Yes.
a member of the channel. So let's get this
What?
ready.
All right, put the money in the bag. I'll buy that for $1.
It's seamless. Seamless.
It's great, man. It's just great.
Dempsey with a member chat says, I was told there would be women in wine. Phil, stop telling people lies, okay?
Yeah, he's just. Mm.
But
I think he's good. He says Mike Barron.
without further ado, everybody, our guest of honor is here. So,
Turtles.
Turtles, nerd.
But am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
please welcome DJ Ronnie G.
Hey, what's
Yep.
up? I'm totally not texting. How's my audio?
It's
Good.
It's
What?
good, man. It sounds good.
Okay, good.
What?
Just making sure. I mean, I'm not saying
don't
it
listen
like
to Baron. Don't listen to Baron.
I'm not saying it to be self-conscious. Like I genuinely am concerned if the audio is like booming. You know what I mean? Like you know, I want to make sure I'm equal. I believe in equality between me, you, Cash, and even Baron.
Wow, look at that.
Wow.
And you wore
Yeah,
a white
You hear
t-shirt.
that, Baron? Even you.
Wow. And you
Even
wore a white
me, I'm
t-shirt
touched.
to yeah.
I'm very
You wore-
gracious
Phil.
like that.
You wore a white
I mean-
t-shirt to aggravate Phil, I hope, right? I hope.
Oh, good. My sound is good. Okay.
Yeah, your
It's
sounds
not that I
great,
don't
man.
trust you guys. I just played the audio on my phone to be sure because I really don't want to be like, you know, like it's like I don't want to be like that guy at church who would play the organ and whenever the lady with the beautiful voice came in to sing on, you know, every odd Sunday, this guy would play the organ real loud and my mom had to explain to me it was because he was like jealous that people, you know, that she had a pretty voice or some crazy crap. And I have toilet paper here to clean my drawing tablet. I was actually going to do that.
Oh,
But and the reason I'm late is twofold. One, I thought my my turtle was trying to lay eggs. I got like some footage. She was literally like, you know, basically same thing as 2 years ago when she was doing this. Like that's a sign she tried to get out. She wants to lay her eggs. And so I was like thinking, can I do anything like right now? Because like she hasn't like done anything in a month. Like usually egg laying season is March and she's like doing it, you know, like now, because I think it's been a cold April, you know, or a cold March, you know, it's has your winter been kind of colder and longer as well, guys?
no, well, January was cold, but other than that, it's been kind of warmer winter and drier here.
Okay. I think the winter was warmer in some ways, but then because like we didn't get enough of those like, you know, 20-degree days, but I feel like March had like a few colder days, or maybe I just felt like I didn't get that many spring days in March, at least over here.
Mm-hmm.
And DJ, you don't have to apologize. You know the standing rule around here on Pop Talk.
A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
Well,
to be honest, though, I was a little worried when I saw you with the toilet paper. I thought maybe you were in the bathroom and that's why you had that background up. And it's like, just please mute when the flush comes. That's all I gotta say. That's the only thing.
Oh boy. Oh.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about doing that too, but I decided I thought better of it. I was actually thinking about you know, like starting the stream on mute and then like flushing the toilet on the microphone, like as a gag, not for real. I mean, the toilet would be flushing for real, but there would be nothing in it, you know, because that would be kind of weird. You know, you could hear the sound maybe, and you'd say, "Oh, I like," you know, like when a guy who's blind can hear sound, and they could say, "There are 2 turds in that toilet sound," you know, and that's all because of echolocation. And I think we could do a little demonstration here if I can just. Okay, good. There we go. So it's like, you know, if you had a toilet bowl. And wait, that's the wrong display. Let me make some adjustments here. I'm sorry, guys.
This is what you did, Baron.
Yeah,
Baron did.
I'm not sorry.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sorry.
I know you're not.
So anyway, yeah, as I was saying, was,
everybody.
you know, we got like a toilet bowl, and it's basically like, you know, you got like 1, 2. Oh, I gotta make some adjustments to my drawing tablet settings, but I'll do that later. And so echolocation happens, and as the sound waves go in, I know I gotta make this thinner. They bounce back, And then I don't know. I saw an episode of 2020 with Barbara Walters about that. So anyway, Mike, what's on the docket today? I've been talking a lot. You know, I don't want to, steal the show, even though my good looks tend to do that. You know,
DJ, like I told you,
the
today's show is
about
100% about you.
Yeah, it's about you.
But
It's
my
about you.
question
It's about your channel. You know how it got started, and where you see it 6 months to a year from now, and what are the
how
things
many
that you like
Monster
to talk
Energy
about on your
drinks?
channel?
No Monster Energy drink. Oh, actually, it's funny you mentioned that. There are like a bunch over here. So I have a collection, and I'm trying to collect them all. So we got one here. Then this one has a straw sticking out of it, because I found these honey things that you could like drink the honey out of the straw, but then I didn't have a place to dispose it, so I put it in the can. And then we got one up here, and then I got what's left from when I had that cold a few weeks ago. But I think I'm done with this. I mean, like, there's only a drop left, and I think by the time I get to use it, it'll turn bad, right? Yeah. So you're right. I do the Monster Energy drinks there, but this is Celsius. This is actually like, it's a pretty good energy drink as far as energy drinks go, but I wouldn't recommend drinking more than one, because you're packing 200 milligrams of caffeine. And I remember I was talking to a barber I had many years ago, and I asked him, "Oh, do you like energy drinks?" He goes, I used to drink 3 Red Bulls a day. Then I started pooping blood, and I went to my doctor, and he asked me, "Do you drink caffeine?" And basically the answer was, drinking too many of these caused that. So he kind of like, it was like a cautionary tale, and it made me think twice about enjoying. But this tastes like an orange soda, actually. It's a lot like an orange soda. So if you're looking for orange soda flavored energy drink, it might be good. But I mean, I'm not a brand ambassador. They're not giving me a discount or nothing. But how I started on YouTube is a great question, because questions without answers are statements. No, I'm kidding. But jokes aside, I had a false start on YouTube, right? You know, I had 2 starts on YouTube, and I'm just looking up at my top screen because I'm trying to get the chat window up so that, we can engage the chat if they, say anything nice or mean or both. But what happened was, my first start on YouTube was actually before the DJRonnie G channel. It was under my real name. I did 2 videos, and then I did like some, like, I tried to do economics like during like 2012, 2011, like around, like, I'd say like around 2010 to 2013. I got really interested in economics and all of this crap, and then I realized that it's not really beneficial, in my opinion, to be a YouTube economist. Like, there are certain things that you can learn about economics, but I felt like I was parroting. So I did like maybe 10 videos about, my views on world events and economics. And I was just like, well, I'm not really bringing anything interesting to the table. The only cool thing I did do was, let's see if I can find it, was the time I went to Occupy Wall Street. And that was like the one time I did like a long form YouTube video. And we're going to find that for you guys right now, because you know what? We're going to do it today. It's going to be a Pop Talk exclusive. You're going to see the one video I did many years ago that nobody has seen on my current channel. But fast forward to the current year, as they would say, right? It's just like, what was it? I was already kind of interested in doing the YouTube thing, like I was watching people like Stone Loki, people like the Nerdporial Life Form, people like you doing your Sunday and Wednesday Pop Talk. And I was like, it's kind of cool, and I feel like I could be comfortable, doing this thing. But I was still not comfortable, like, talking to microphones, and I had to do a little research, and I found out a lot of people don't like the way they sound on a microphone. But basically, like, I was already kind of warmed up to the idea, and then what happened was actually the Nerdporial down here invited me on. I messaged him in a community post. I go, "Yo, you're doing a video about Star Wars Shadows of the Empire? That's like my all-time favorite game, They go, "Oh, you want to jump on?" And I was like, yeah, kind of, but let me think about it. I'm afraid. I didn't say it like that, but in so many words. And so then I bought this wonderful microphone here, and, I did a lot of research. I wanted a microphone that would accurately replicate, sound, because if you ever use like an old laptop mic, you'll find like, like the little lavalier mics, sometimes they just don't do justice to your voice. And I did some practice, and then I felt a lot more comfortable hopping on, and after that, I said, you know what, I'm going to do more of this. So like right after that, I streamed Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, and if you go to my channel back then, you'll see like from February 2-3 years ago. And yes, literally, Brian is right. Yeah, Baron was there too. Baron and Cash were there. In fact, you could say, can I say something dirty?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I say there's a warning. There's a warning disclaimer ahead of time, so everybody knows what they're getting into.
So yeah, Baron, Cat, and Cash were there when I popped my streaming cherry.
Mhm.
It's true. It's a fact.
I remember.
And
I think I remember you saying that. Yeah,
Yeah, yes.
I felt so honored.
everyone's saying it. But, it was a good time, too, and, like, never saw Baron before. But I was like, okay, this guy knows his Star Wars. He's got his receipts. He's got his books. We were able to verify whether or not the Virago had a hyperdrive on it. So that was good, it's useful information. And that's weird. I can't find my Occupy Wall Street video. Oh, it's on a different channel. But yeah, anyway, yeah, see, that's the thing you get when you have too many channels, you get confused by them. But we got to switch the account again. Oh, here it is. Good. It's right there. So basically, that's not the channel. I got to click it here.
At least it wasn't.
This was the channel, my first YouTube start. And like, it was just me doing stuff. But the only video that's really worth showing. Oh, wow. I get advertisements on here. That's not cool. Oh my God, they give you 2 commercials. So guys, by the way, do you guys use YouTube Premium?
I do not.
I don't. No.
Well, it's not worth it anymore. It used to be like, I think less than $10 a month, and that was a lot more feasible. And then now it's like $150 a year or more. So I'm thinking about not renewing it. But anyway, in a nutshell, here's the video I was talking about. Let me just line up something here. There we go. Now I can see the screen. So literally just me talking about my visit to Zuccotti Park. And mostly what I did was I took pictures of the side. So it is like the first and only time I did like I think a serious long form video. And then it wasn't until like 10 years later that I got back in. But you got like a guy, like that guy down there. He's playing the drums apparently. And he's saying that Bankster stole his kid's future. And then this lady says, buy me a lobbyist. And, like it was a mixed message, and like some of the people like me, what I did was I was showing up with like DVD recordable discs full of like economics books, Milton Friedman and all of the good guys, and so I went up to the Communist Library and I dropped off. I didn't even know it was a Communist Library. It said Lending Library. It was like a little stall, I would say, where they had books that you could either donate or take books out. And so I just kind of left my own, version of my own propaganda there, to try to spread the good word. But I enjoyed this because, this is kind of what's his name? The reporter was saying, yes, Tim Pool did cover it, and he covered it pretty good. Even though I avoid Tim Pool nowadays, I have my reasons, but I mean, I don't hate the guy. I don't think he's like a right-wing extremist or anything like that. It's kind of funny how like when someone doesn't fall in line with maybe the more popular opinion, a lot of people on one side will jump straight to calling them what they perceive to be the worst thing, even if they aren't that. And I don't think Tim Pool is by any means a, right-wing extremist, I didn't like the way he flip-flopped on a particular topic in the year about 2-3 years ago. He was kind of like, first he's kind of saying the things that are more popular to people like us. Then he kind of flip-flopped on a position because he wanted to protect his YouTube revenue. At least that's what my perception was. And I really just wish he would keep his mouth shut instead of, quoting a corporation that rhymes with riser. That's a nice little building there. See, that's one of the reasons I kind of took pictures. Just the art alone, I actually thought was kind of fun to look at. Like, I mean, it's not as important to a lot of people, but I had fun, seeing that, and then, I don't know, I was trying to be like the cool mainstream news YouTuber. So I'm giving my commentary, then I'm like laughing at Greenspan, then I'm looking at some Russian reporter. But anyway, in the current time, really right now, what I do, it's mostly, I just kind of want to share what I enjoy, whether it's a game, because I see that, gaming is a thing nowadays. People play and stream games. So like, okay, cool. I could stream a game and talk to myself. I mean, if nobody's watching, I could talk to myself without looking crazy because I'm talking to a microphone. And if people are watching, that's all the better. You got good company, right? Right. So, and that's that. And then, of course, I once in a while share some of the interests, the turtles, which I got to do more. You guys know the Disney Sheepherder?
I have seen him a few times on
Heard of him.
different channels. And
Well,
I got to say one thing though. Did you see his hair? Did you see his hair
Yes.
back then?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that was impressive. That hair, of course, you weren't wearing a white shirt. You should have had some chains on you, man. You look,
You're right. I should have had some chains. And I mean, chains can be pricey, but like I sometimes think about like taking any precious metals that I possess and just melting them into chains, because then I can still use them as bullion and use them as like fashionable stuff that I can wear, because I don't like what they do with jewelry. Like I feel like jewelry is too marked up, and it's like I want to have a precious metal that I can hold on to, you know, like just for general, you know, holding on to. And speaking of precious metals, this is kind of cool. I picked up this little piece here a while ago, because did you know the Jägermeister, and I want to say what up to Pop Culture Mechanic. Did you know that the Jägermeister company, and it's good to see Raquel SSG 2211. Anyway, but yeah, like, did you know Jägermeister makes silver bullion? Like they have a whole website, Jaeger poured silver. And this one I liked because it was just like your regular garden variety, you know, ingot. You know, it's just like if you had a bunch of these, you could stack them up on top of each other. Baron, I feel like you would know this reference. You ever watch Earth's Final Conflict?
A long time ago, I watched maybe like the first season of it. Of that, but it was like the
It was
first
a good
run
show.
through. Yeah, I think it's on some of the streaming services now. The free ones.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Okay, good. I got to check that out. Maybe see if they got better copies. Mine, I was thinking about buying it on DVD because my copy is kind of meh. I have a bunch of episodes on VHS, and then I downloaded them, and they're just about worse than the VHS copies, I would say. But the reason I mentioned that show is I remember there was you know, you had the main characters, you had the Talons, the aliens, you had Da'an, Zoor, Z-O''O', and he was sort of like the evil brother or evil mother or evil son, depending on how far you get into the lore of that show. In fact, I even updated a Wikia article about that show. But anyway, reason I mentioned, there was an episode where like a bunch of gold goes missing, and then at the end of the episode you see Zoor, and he's taking a block, like a big ass block of gold, and he's going up to a hidden room on the Talon mothership, and he opens the force field, and he's got a room full of bullion, and it's like weird because like aliens you would think don't give a shit, but this guy, he's becoming a bit too human in some ways, you know, or he's kind of like almost like kind of has like amplified versions of some of the worst traits of humanity inside of that particular alien. And so I don't know, looking at the ingot of silver reminded me of that episode. But yeah, you know, just taking it easy and stuff. You know, I try not to take too many things too seriously. I try not to cover current events too much because, you know, why do I want to, you know, be, you know, get into negative stuff? But at the same time, like, I feel like my biggest fear is that I'll say something recriminating on YouTube, and then my YouTube channel will be like an archive of shit that DJRonnie G said 10 years ago. So then people can hang me on a political view or like something. So I try to temper the things I say. And in general, I think like I'd like to think just, you know, I can't really judge myself. Like, I mean, I guess I could, but I try to have like a tempered view. Like I try to like, you know, sometimes even like take the opposition's talking points and follow them to their logical or illogical conclusions. So even if I don't agree with something, I don't want to just have a conversation. Like I do this with family sometimes. I don't want to just have a conversation when we agree with each other. You know, I don't need a circle jerk. I want to understand, because like if the other person is wrong with their political view or whatever it is, I think it would be more valuable to like get yourself into their shoes long enough to maybe find a effective counter argument, because saying talking points that, you know, me, Baron, and Cash and Mike agree on, okay, cool, we could agree, we could reinforce our views, we could help each other maybe like, you know, bolster our arguments, but just having agreeable talking points amongst each other isn't going to bolster your argument when dealing with somebody who does not agree with you at all.
Yeah, we don't want to be in an echo chamber.
No.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and so it's like it could be nice to have an echo chamber sometimes. Like I'm not completely against echo chambers, but like it's not productive sometimes when your goal is to actually win hearts and minds or change people's minds on things.
Well, yeah, that's just it though. I mean, we want to be with like, but we can't always be with like. We can't segregate ourselves. So there is times to be around people that, you know, you somewhat agree with, and then there's times to go out in the world and face people that you don't. That's how you experience the world. That's how you experience life. That's how you experience people. And you got to be civil about it.
Even when it comes to pop culture and entertainment, we all have our different takes, our different perspectives when it comes to movies and TV shows and games.
Right. Exactly.
Yep.
Like Trigun sucks. We know that.
No.
I was thinking about revisiting. Did they make a remake of Trigun, Cash?
Yeah, and from what Steven Ransom was saying about it, all I know is what he had said about it. He said they told everything basically about the whole show in the first episode, and he said it's crap.
Really?
But I haven't
That's
watched it
not-
yet. I'm just like, that doesn't sound good. No, but I haven't watched it yet, so I don't. The original is a classic, though.
Mhm.
Don't let Baron fool you.
It's silly. It's silly. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, it's great.
I got to pick up and start watching a little bit more.
If
I
if
spent
you
the other
like
day binging on Babylon 5.
sci-fi meets western and some goofiness, but I mean, like, it's
Does
just
sound
well
good.
written. It's just really well written. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I do recall. I think it was Brandon, the anime guy, was talking about it, and he kind of, or it might have been him or Pop Culture Mechanic. I forget which one, but one of them was talking about Trigun, and they were talking about these insurance claim adjusters or these employees, these female insurance workers who would follow Vash the Stampede around, and
Mhm.
I guess they had a difficult job because he's always kind of blowing stuff up, and then the nature of insurance.
Mhm.
I guess I don't know if these were actuaries.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is this does Trigun take place in the future or in an alternate universe? Future. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to spoil the story, but it gets crazy in a good way. So.
Well, I heard enough good stuff that I'm willing to give it a chance again. I tried to watch it many years ago, but I didn't really know what I was watching, and like if it didn't have like mecha, like this guy or giant robots, I was like just not terribly into it. I mean, this is not to say I only watch mecha anime, but I found that mecha anime resonates with me, unlike this helicopter that wants to come in for tea. No, I'm kidding. Okay, jokes aside, loud heli. Can you hear the helicopter?
No.
Oh, okay. My sound filters are working. Okay, cool. Sometimes my sound filters, I think they're working, and then someone will be like, "Oh, you got a lot of background noise," and this time they are working because my sound filters are superior. Now, jokes aside, we'll touch on that later on. Why I have a superior setup. No, I'm kidding. Okay. I mean, not really, right? But some people have a better graphics card. Mike has a much newer CPU. Holy cow! I am envious of his CPU. Madon. Anyway, but getting back on topic, where's my
Oh, you're talking about the computer? Mike and I got the same thing.
Oh, okay. Now I'm envious of both you gentlemen, man. Because like that's a pretty good build right there. Like it's using one of the newer generation Intel CPUs, and what they started doing was putting what they call E cores and P cores. So normally, a CPU you'll have like let's say multiple cores for the processor, and that does a lot of your computation. And I can even where's my mouse pointer? And so the big problem was that a lot of times, especially with laptop computers, the majority of what your computer is doing is background tasks, like just the little icons in the bottom corner. So, for example, I have my little task manager window here, and I got my 8 cores. It's showing 16 graphs, but it's basically 8 CPU cores. But the real problem is that if the majority of the time my computer has to deal with all of the stuff running in the background, it doesn't necessarily need like a full 5 gigahertz core to do that. It can do it like on a at a much slower speed. So Intel decided, okay, we're gonna make CPUs where some of the cores are weak and more energy efficient. And so when you're opening up a game or something like that, in theory, it'll call up the more powerful performance cores. And then like maybe like if this is not a good example, this is like an AMD setup here. I'm not AMD, this is my i9, but point is that this is like just all performance cores. But the theory of what Intel is doing is that you'll have some CPU cores that will use up very little power. They won't be very good for playing games, but they'll be great for all of the stuff that your computer does the majority of the time. So if I'm typing a Word document, I want a I want it to there we go, that's better. If I'm typing a Word document, I want it to use very little power. I don't need those extra performance cores. Now on Windows, I hear it does pretty well in automatically determining which CPU core gets the heavy workload. But on Linux, my friend was having some problems where the laptop or the operating system would basically assign work to the weak CPU core. So some people might say negative things about the new Intel CPUs in that regard, but I think that's mostly an issue of software. The hardware itself, when using the officially supported stuff like, the current Windows operating system, it does pretty well. So what this means for you guys is, in theory at least, during the summertime when you're trying to save money on air conditioning and you're doing something simple like browsing the web, it should hopefully use less electricity and emit less heat. But when you open up a game or are editing video, then it'll be able to use the more powerful CPU cores, at which point it will definitely crank out more heat. But it's like some people, like back in the day, an energy efficient CPU meant you had to make sacrifices with performance. Now they're trying to give you the best of both worlds. So it's an interesting experiment. I don't know how it'll pan out. It takes a couple of years to see how the market responds, but that's one of the reasons why I was jealous of your computer. Right now, if you look at mine, I have an i9 9900K. That's 9th generation, and I think you guys are like on like the 13th or 14th generation right now. So that's like
but it's a 13th generation processor
so there you go.
that's in our computer.
4 generations ahead of the one I have right now. So I could brag about how awesome my setup is or how clean my streams look. And I do think my streams look really clean, and I could teach people about it. That's one of the things I try to do is, just share what I'm learning. And, if I can like maybe impart some knowledge on how to do certain things better and people can use it, great. And I try to remember that not everyone can use the same advice. Like there's different, reasons why some people may choose not to do things the way I do them. But if I could share one thing that's useful out of 10 things and someone finds one thing useful, I'm a happy camper,
Well, that's what makes your channel great, DJ, is that if there's something that we're all trying to figure out, we can pull up one of your videos if you've covered it and follow along as you did it to try to get it done ourselves.
And that's basically how I will someday beat Metroid Dread, because I can't beat that game on my own power, but I can watch other people's videos, including someone in the chat who did the entire game as multiple streams on a playlist. But yeah, that game, oh man, this game is so hard, man. I think I'm gonna play that tonight though, because I think I'm ready for it. When like a game is just so depressing. I mean, the name is Dread. Right off the bat, that just gives you feelings of dread, And then you're like in this underground facility getting attacked by the freaking Terminator. They're called Emmys, but they're basically like Terminators. It looks like the robot from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the one with Zoe Deschanel.
Marvin the Paranoid Android.
DJRonnie,
it's scary.
Yeah, DJRonnie G, what do you think about the future of what's going on with Intel nowadays and AMD? And is AMD better for CPU, or is Intel? Because of course Intel can be overpriced. Definitely, yes. There's no doubt about that. You're paying $400, $500 or more for a CPU, but people are talking more about AMD, but they have their problems too. I just really find it funny that online and other places, there's always a war between AMD and Intel's crap, or AMD is crap. Yeah. So what do you think about all that?
Well, you always got the fanboys, and lately some people have been trying to throw some shade or flack at NVIDIA as well because of their pricing. And Intel coming onto the market with their GPUs. Like, I don't know if I'm ready to go and touch an Intel GPU. I'm still willing to pay more for less, or pay less for less, I guess. Basically I'm willing to buy, like the GPU I have now, I bought it used from a friend. I actually bought the computer off of a friend, sold the computer to my father, put a different GPU in it for him. Actually, I put the stock GPU in the machine, but I mainly bought the machine to get a new GPU as an example, but throughout the life cycle of my machines, like I'll often just upgrade. And so by the time I build my next build, chances are I'll use the same GPU I have when this computer is done, and I'll just be upgrading the motherboard or something like that, But to answer your question, Cash, the reason, like when I had to build a backyard computer, for my telescope, to control the telescope and for image acquisition. And I went with AMD because, well, like I mentioned earlier, some of the concerns I had about the performance and E-cores, I just didn't know if that would work the way I wanted it to work. And so I just wanted a clear cut where I knew, like, I'm going to get my 8 cores. It's going to be a known quantity, and I can, more or less trust the benchmarks. Now, right there, that's one of the issues, is that AMD, they sometimes apply certain design features to their CPU so that they look better in the benchmarks. So benchmarks don't always tell the whole story. But in a nutshell, you said it. The price, for what I was getting is lower. It was kind of nice to see the power consumption on this wasn't too bad. Like this CPU right now, and this is something that Intel and AMD are guilty of, is the power consumption number. So my CPU on my desktop right here, it said i9, it says at 3.6 gigahertz. And if you look at the box that it came in, it'll tell you that it only uses 95 watts of electricity. But that is bullshit, because if we open up an app like Core core temp can, give us like both the temperature and the heat that we're getting out of it, or the wattage. And so right off the bat, you can see, let's see, it actually says 60 watts. So I'm actually using less power right now, which is good. It's doing, something good, unless this is not calculating it right. But what I find happens a lot is that the minute I'm opening up a game or doing something heavy duty, it's gonna use more than 95 watts, and that's okay. But it's that when you're buying a CPU cooler, when you're building your own computer, you're buying some kind of radiator or heat sink, something to dispel the heat.
Yes.
You got to be careful now, because like the box would say 95 watts. You buy a 95 watt CPU cooler, yeah, that'll be good like 70% of the time. But the rest of the time, when you are cranking up your CPU speed, it's gonna get too hot and it won't overheat. It'll just automatically throttle down the speed, which is just another way of saying you're not getting your money's worth out of it in that case. So I don't like the deceptive marketing from Intel, and I think AMD is somewhat guilty of that too. But I don't know. I expect it from them. So it's like, the other thing was that I do see certain quirks that people wouldn't be willing to tolerate, and so, at the end of the day, Mike and Baron bought the HPs because they, Mike bought it, then Baron said, okay, this machine works. Mike's not complaining about it. I'm going to get this, no bullshit. And, some people will, say, oh, you should really build it. You'll get a better value, this and that. But that's not always true. Sometimes like the better value is the time you save on, warranty claims. Because I mean, if I get a warranty issue on my new custom machine, now me personally, I can usually isolate the part and then follow up on the warranty or just buy another part. But if you build the whole computer and a month outside of, after you bought it, you're having a issue you cannot rectify, it's like, well, who do you chase down? Do you chase down the people who make the motherboard? Do you chase down the people who built the graphics card? Do you try to RMA both parts separately and see what happens? Like, this can be time consuming and stuff. Whereas like you could, Mike and Baron, they can call HP and just, like, as long as you have a general idea, you can save yourself, the effort of playing whack-a-mole on individual parts, maybe, but that's like, that's like more like that would be a different question. Like, should people custom build or not? And it really just depends. Like even Whooper Trooper, he recently bought a pre-built machine, and that's logical because it's like, look, maybe he'll learn more about the inner workings, and then next time he builds, he's ready, he might build a computer. And the beauty of what Mike and Baron have right now is they're not barred from upgrading it themselves. They can put a bigger SSD or add more RAM. Mike put RAM in it right after he bought it, but
I need to do that.
I am reluctant. Yeah, no, more RAM, RAM is like the cheapest and most effective upgrade you can get.
I mean, it came with 16 gigabytes of RAM, and I decided to put in 96 because I am going to be doing, video rendering, so I don't want that to take a long time to do. And
makes sense.
I'm going to be playing games and streaming, so I wanted to make sure I had enough resources available. And some might be saying, well, 96 is a little bit overkill, but I wanted to make sure that this booted up quickly, the programs opened up quickly, and shut down quickly.
Right.
There is no overkill with RAM. I mean, like,
do you think, DJRonnie G, that I should, I'm at 16 gigs right now. I have an older computer. I will be upgrading, but I was just going to go up to 64, but maybe Mike has a point. Maybe I should go up to like 128. I mean, that seems overkill, but
it depends on how far into the life cycle you are right now. Like, if you think that in a year you're going to buy a new machine, maybe it's, maybe it would be more economical to just get like another 16 or 32 gigs of RAM and call it a day until the next machine, because there's no guarantee, probably a low probability that you'll be able to take the RAM from the old machine and put it in a new one anyway, right? So, you got to figure that. And maybe you'll make this computer into a secondary machine. Maybe you'll use it for streaming, or maybe you'll hook it up to a game console. And, then at that point, you don't need enormous RAM. But it really depends on how much longer you want to stretch out, the lifespan of your machine. But like right now, this machine's packing 64 here, just for reference.
Okay. Well, I mean,
I also understand Anonymous's point, but I noticed ever since I did upgrade the RAM, the rendering's not taking as long as it was when I just had the 16.
Well, also you're using DaVinci Resolve Studio, so it does have some ability to utilize the GPU.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not
And
bad. And
sometimes, like when you're generating optimized media, which is almost like a temporary item on the timeline, that will be somewhat GPU intensive. And not, I don't export things to using NVIDIA encoder a lot because they tend to use up more memory. I usually use the NVIDIA encoder for streaming, which is actually why I recently bought a second graphics card. So if we look at my task manager here, you'll see I have GPU 0 and GPU 1. And when I'm running DaVinci Resolve, it will use the video RAM on both GPUs, which is freaking cool in my opinion. It means I'm getting my money's worth, at least in my opinion. But why did I get a second GPU? Well, multiple reasons. One, I have 4 monitors, right? I got 1, 2, 3, and my drawing tablet. This is literally my drawing tablet, and I use the drawing tablet.
Whoa.
Oh,
We just lost DJ.
and
He just knocked himself off, man.
he just
Come on, man. He pressed the wrong button, man.
he pressed the eject
DJ,
button.
come back. Come in, DJ. Do you read us?
Okay, jokes aside, Oracle imitation. Now, yeah, so I was, you know what happened? I was clicking on my drawing tablet, and the mouse pointer is pointing at a different screen. So when I clicked on the Steam library button, it exited it. Anyway, yeah, so did you know, like, these drawing tablets, the ones that have the screen on them, they actually are, like, this has an HDMI cable and a USB cable. So it's basically like second or fourth monitor. In my case, it's my fourth monitor. But my idea was that I wanted to do it like this. So my main screen is an ultra wide screen monitor. And you'll see, like, for example, if I do this, yeah. So see, like right there, like the top part, that represents a ultra wide aspect ratio. So before, the way it would work is I'd have all 4 monitors on the same graphics card, which is a NVIDIA 2060, RTX 2060 or whatever. But my idea was put the big monitor, the main monitor that I'm actually going to play games on, and give that the graphics card. So that's the only monitor hooked up to the main graphics card, is that, ultra wide. And then the remaining 3 monitors, including the drawing tablet, are hooked up to the Quadro, which is the graphics card that I bought secondary. And the reason I use the Quadro is twofold. One, the Quadro is it only takes up, 1 slot. And a lot of graphics cards, you've seen these new graphics cards, they all use like freaking like 2 slots. In fact, my current graphics card, I'm gonna pull up a picture for you guys right now. The damn thing uses up like freaking like 3 slots. I mean, look at this shit. Like,
wow.
Like it's like it doesn't need to take up 3 slots, but because some asshole decided, well, maybe not asshole, but because the kids today want LEDs and they have a transparent window on their case. Yeah, so like, it's like, I just find that shit so annoying and infuriating. But the Quadro, let me see if I can get the picture of the Quadro for you guys. But this is me taking preliminary pictures. I was trying to inventory how many slots I had in my case. But I'm gonna find a picture of the Quadro. I must have taken some glamour shots of it. Because
I am absolutely convinced that DJ's house looks like a Borg cube, interior of a Borg cube with turtle tanks.
I wish. Some people do some interesting stuff like that too. Like I saw like a lot of the kids today. What they'll do is they'll put like a transparent case, and then they'll put like a model kit or an action figure on top of their graphics card, so it becomes like almost like a display piece more, than anything. Mine is actually no frills. It's like literally like it's a full tower case, which means it's like literally a full tower case. Let me see if I can show you without showing how messy my room is. That should work. Yeah. So you can see the idea there. So, and I got an M Audio device strapped to the side there. It's got a door on the front that gives me access to 4 5.25-inch bays and a 3.5-inch bay, and that's something that a lot of new computers are lacking. I get it. Like, people don't put DVDs into the front of their computer anymore, and they like want to have liquid cooling, and so it just makes sense. In a lot of machines, they'll use the empty space in place of the 5.25 bays. The front bays, they'll replace that with a space to mount a radiator. But anyway, the graphics card here, let's see, did I take it out of the box in this video? I did. Okay, good. So, like, it's like a very thin card. It's got like the heat sink underneath that plastic shroud, and that's how thin it is. And you can see like it's got the 4 display ports. So basically I have 3 of my monitors on those blurry display ports, and then my main monitor is on its own graphics card. So the way I see it, if I'm running a game now, there's going to be that much more resources available to run the monitor at a higher frame rate, or just to ensure that there's that much more video RAM available to the game. And so those 3 monitors should only be using video RAM off of the Quadro. That's the point of that. And so, you know, and a lot of people use this too if they're streaming video. So, oh yeah, that's the other reason. I'm sorry. That's the answer. So the reason I bought this Quadro was, and you might be able to elucidate this a little further, Mike. So a while back, I wanted to stream a game called Kerbal Space Program 2, and I should have the little thumbnail image right down here. If I could just see the letter, let's just type it in, KSP Kerbal. There it is. Okay, good. So if we go to my bottoms, bottoms. I said bottoms.
Do you like this? Oh no. Do you like this game better than the first one?
I don't know, because you know what? When I first went to stream it, the video, what would happen was, first time I went to stream of this game, it was just really choppy, and I didn't know why. And I found out the reason why was the way that, okay, so the first KSP is very CPU heavy, or, you know, uses a lot of CPU power and not as much graphics. This game, they went out of their way to make it use more of the GPU, which makes sense. I can understand. But the problem was that when they did that, it's using, I think it's using CUDA cores, CUDA. That's like an acronym. And because it's using CUDA cores, essentially, when I'm streaming video, like if I hit the record button in OBS right now, oh, that's weird. That's funny. Look at that.
Wow.
Failed to open NVIDIA encoder, generic blah, blah, blah. So you have GPU 1 in your settings, set it back to 0 and try again. Okay, that didn't happen yesterday, but I think I have, that's going to be an interesting thing to explore later on. But, you know, normally you go here, you tell it to use GPU 0 or GPU 1. And I wonder if that's happening because I'm using the virtual camera. Let's do an experiment. Nope, gave me the same error message. Okay, that's fun. So look at that. I'm showing you guys how cool my setup is, and it did that. But anywho, that's funny. So anyway, bottom line is when you're recording or streaming using the NVIDIA encoder, it uses this graph right over here that says video encode. And it turns out that when you're playing KSP2, it's sharing, whatever this does, it's sharing resources with whatever KSP is doing. So the bottom line is that when I want to stream or record KSP2, I have to switch it over to using the CPU cores, which it's weird because that's less efficient on power consumption, but a software-based video encoder that runs on a CPU will give you better quality and a smaller file size. Whereas using the NVIDIA encoder, I end up with either lower quality or a larger file if I want to keep the same quality. And that's why I think NVIDIA encoder is really cool for streaming. Because when you're streaming, as long as you have the, and this is where like what works for me may not work for you. You know, like I have gigabit upstream, so it's like, okay, you know, like although I'm only uploading at like 10 megs or 9 megs per second, I have plenty of overhead to go around. You know, I can share resources. Like if someone's on DSL or if they're on a cable connection at 100 megs up or 100 megs down and 20 up, you know, you got to make different decisions. You got to lower your bit rate, you know. But for my purposes, I can afford to crank up the bit rate to like the maximum that YouTube supports. And I find that, you know, because it's using the GPU, the NVIDIA encoder is hardware-based encoder that leaves more CPU power available to the game. And for most games, that does not impact the 3D accelerator portion of the GPU. But like we mentioned, KSP2 was the only exception of that I experienced. And as a result, having the NVIDIA Quadro, I'm able to tell OBS, use the video encoding hardware on the Quadro, and then KSP2 is now free to run smoothly while I'm still free to use a GPU-based hardware encoder, which means basically I feel like I'm pretty sure I get a smoother stream because I'm not sharing CPU resources. So if I'm using a CPU-heavy application, I can demonstrate something that's CPU-heavy in an app without, you know, negatively impacting the video encoding. And the only thing is that now I got to figure out why I got that error message. So that's like not expected. Maybe I just have to close and open OBS, but I'll explore that tonight. Maybe I'll make a video about it. But to answer my point is, yeah, in theory. So Mike, this is what my question to you is. What games did you find you like didn't play nice with? And did you ever test out NVIDIA encoder? Did you find any games that in particular that did not play nice with the NVIDIA video encoder?
I actually did last year when it came to the Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Ah,
It wasn't playing nice.
Yeah,
Not at all.
The Jedi Survivor, and even when you go, I think still on Steam. Like obviously, if you're running it on consoles, it's not as much of a problem, I guess. But yeah, I mean, Jedi Survivor, though. Let's see, what is it? Yeah.
Well, you say it's not optimized. The game's not optimized in
Right.
general, or was it that when
Yeah,
you tried using NVIDIA encoder, it was just total shite?
No, it wasn't optimized, and even when I lowered the graphics settings, it still wasn't working right. Long story short, I had to turn off the VSync in order to, finally
that's a
run
big one.
smoothly, and also get through the cutscene when I'm playing as Seer going against Darth Vader. Because every time before I did that, and there was nothing on YouTube to figure that out with, but when I finally did that, I was able to get through that whole fight without the game crashing. Because every time it would get to the cutscene where their lightsabers would come together in the cutscene, then the game would crash.
I mean,
okay,
and
I gotta
it's
figure this
funny.
out.
It's funny too because console gamers, if they're just console gamers, DJRonnie G, they only want to. They don't want to mess with the PC stuff. Okay, but even when something like Assassin's Creed 3 first came out, it was buggy. Unity was buggy. There's definitely games even on console that are buggy, but this trend of PC games having so many tech problems is awful. It's awful. Like a lot of these, especially at $70, just awful, man. Like, I mean, you can wait for a sale; it doesn't matter. But
well, that's pretty much like how I got No Man's Sky. So people complain about No Man's Sky, but I couldn't complain because I got it for like $20-$30, and by then they also fixed a lot of issues. And I think like what sucks is a lot of people like they'll buy a game when it's brand new at the max at the $70 price point, and then the companies now get to rely on what do you call it, the updates as a crutch. So it's like, okay, let's get this out on time, but like when they bitch about crunch time, they're not crunching hard enough apparently, and they don't necessarily have to. I can appreciate the benefit of the updates, but I do think they count on the updates a bit too much, like delivering things that would otherwise be undeliverable in a time when updates weren't available. I think that the bar went down a little bit lower than it should.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely it did. Yeah.
Don't mind
whatever you said.
Yeah, no, I mean but so like really like with the NVIDIA, I don't know if that has much to do with the NVIDIA encoder, but like the NVIDIA encoder in theory wouldn't even mess up a game, or it wouldn't have any adverse impact with a game, but some games are apparently optimized in such a way that you do have that problem. So different strokes for different folks, as they would say, or something like that, as they say. As they say, yeah. But what was I thinking here? By the way, did you guys get a look at the solar eclipse in your towns?
No, I mean we only had about 40% here, and we had overcast skies.
We had stuff watching it on TV or something, but yeah.
Well,
and we didn't have the glasses either, because let's look up in the sky. I had to laugh though, like Charles Barkley during the halftime of the championship game with UConn and oh my God, I can't think of the other team who was playing. Purdue. He said during the telecast that people are idiots for looking at the eclipse, and I'm like, wow, dude, that's like,
yeah.
I'm surprised it defended him so much, or it offended him, and then the other guy says, nah, man, they're not idiots. Like, I was like, wow. That's like,
yeah,
what?
you could glance at it. I mean, I don't endorse doing that. This is not medical advice at all, right? But
yeah.
You probably shouldn't look at it for the full 4 minutes. I wouldn't even look at it for 15 seconds. I would do like a quick passing glance, and what I did was, in fact, I have some pictures aside from the ones I'm drawing on my face right now. I don't know. I love how you can just use drawing tablets to do dopey stuff like this,
Yeah, you can.
So anyway, but we do have some pics, or it did happen. Or right, is that how to say it? Pics or it did happen. But jokes aside, let's get this. Let me just get my Leonardo da Vinci Resolve on screen real quick. Okay, there it is. So then we got to go to. That's not my top screen. Oh, there it is. So let me just. There we go. Okay. So right there, if you look at the top of my telescope, you'll see, what does that look like to you guys?
Glasses,
Looks
the
like a pair
3D
of
glasses.
3D glasses.
So basically what we have is two telescopes. We have the big telescope, which is down here, and that's with the 100 millimeter aperture. Basically, the wider the front lens is, the more light you can let in. And then in the back, you're seeing the front end of the solar filter. Which, okay, no, I left it in a different room. I thought I had it. I thought I had the solar filter right here. But anyway, that's okay. I can show it to you guys if you want to see it. But I think we have enough pictures of it. So anyway, what I did was, the solar filter is mounted to the back of the telescope on that diagonal. So basically the light goes in, then where my hand is, there's actually a piece of yellow glass called an energy rejection filter. And what that does is it absorbs the heat so that I don't damage the filter. And I don't absolutely need it, but if my telescope was any larger, I would absolutely need that energy rejection filter to prevent me from cooking the rest of the components. So then it goes through a mirror, and then up to the diagonal, it goes past the front of the filter, and I don't know why I'm jiggling that, and then we do that, and we do that, and you'll see this knob there, and that knob is sort of like a radio dial. So if you think about the electromagnetic spectrum as a you know, like, let's see if I think I have a picture here of the EM spectrum wavelengths. Yeah, here we are. EM spectrum, hydrogen alpha wavelength. Let's get a nice picture of that. Is that a good picture of that? Oh yeah, that could work. I had a nice picture yesterday, but that's okay. We'll use this one. So we got this little rainbow picture here in low quality. And so essentially that's the entire EM spectrum. So the rainbow is basically the colors that we can see. That's the visual spectrum. That's what us human beings can perceive. And on the far right, you got red at 700 and something nanometers. And for some reason, they're using angstrom. Angstrom is another unit of measure. So you got 4,000 angstrom to 7,000 angstrom. And really, angstrom is a smaller unit of measure. I think, at least that's how I see it being used. But essentially, imagine it like this now. See the right side where it says radio? That's your AM FM dial on your car. So in the old days when you had a car with the little knob that you're turning, you're literally tuning it between this. And I think like FM is over here, and then AM is like over here. So you just got AM here, FM over here, but essentially, you know, that slider is tuning into different frequencies. So really, radio is just more extreme right than light. That kind of rhymes. But then to the left of violet being purple, we have ultraviolet. Now we know where the name comes from, because it's ultra. It's even more violet than violet itself. And then you get to X-rays and gamma rays. And so bottom line is that in the red part of the EM spectrum, in the middle of the red, there's a thing called hydrogen alpha, which is basically a form of ionized hydrogen. And we're going to find that right now. So hydrogen alpha is basically a tiny sliver of the color red. And there's many ways that it gets represented, but I'd say the simplest way to represent it is here. So once again, there's your visual spectrum, right? Your red, green, and blue, and purple in backwards order. And hydrogen is basically like about, let's say, 30 nanometers wide. So at nighttime, when I'm taking pictures of a nebula or a galaxy, I would actually tune into like a 4 nanometer wide piece of that. And what that does is basically it lets me look at light that comes from ionized hydrogen, which all of the stars are emitting. Basically, ionized hydrogen is a form of electrically charged gas. It's a plasma, like Scotty, talks about in Star Trek. And so what we're doing is we're blocking out everything. So at nighttime, a hydrogen filter is cool because it blocks out all of the light pollution. So for example, like high pressure sodium lights are somewhere over here between blue and green, or like the mercury vapor lamps are over here in the blue green, and then high pressure sodium is somewhere over here, like those lights, those orange street lights, basically those are over here in this area here. So by only getting this sliver of ruby red, I'm able to get a lot of quality light from stars or galaxies that are reflecting light from stars without picking up light pollution. And that's beneficial because, when at nighttime you have that shutter open for 5 minutes, it's like taking a suntan on an image sensor. You're soaking in those photons. But with the sun, we're going a bit further. With the sun, we're reducing the brightness of the light by like 99.8%. And then we're tuning into a very narrow section of hydrogen alpha. And that's the part where, like, I just want to see if I get one more diagram here, but It's essentially, I use a filter called a quark. That's right. I'm using a quark filter. Like Quark from Star Trek. And
I thought it was Quark from the 70s comedy series.
I kind of missed an opportunity, but like, my dad told me about that show. He was telling me about the 70s and, what it was like being a guy in the 70s and stuff. And then, like, he told me about the UGSP, United Galaxy Sanitation Patrol.
Yep.
And, you guys, the rest of you guys, if you haven't seen this, you need to see it. Like, I'll find you where to find it, if it's on Shout Factory or somewhere else. But, like it's 10 episodes. It's a shame it didn't go long. I think it's about 10 episodes. I forget exactly how many. But, like, 7 episodes, even less. See, and it's like not enough. But I think it was a fun show. You had these two hot like blonde ladies on there, and it was just kind of like like good dopey humor. I mean, it wasn't even that dopey. I took the sci-fi plot very seriously. But no, I mean, like
had Richard Benjamin was the star. Tim Thomerson, who'd go on to do Transers. He was the hermaphrodite. He'd go Gene, right? Gene. Yeah. Conrad Bain, not Conrad Bain, sorry, I can't remember the name, but he'd be Mindy's father on Mork and Mindy shortly after. And the show was done by Buck Henry.
By who?
Buck Henry. Buck Henry was the guy who did the show, yeah, from Get Smart. Would you believe?
I would not believe.
Yeah, but look it up, Buck Henry.
Interesting. But what little I saw, I enjoyed. I do want to give a shout out to Bucky's Crafting, Anonymous, and Phil's here too. And Mr. Tim's Talk. He's into talk. Did I say Bucky's Crafting?
Yeah, he's a Bucky's Crafting.
Okay, I did. Okay, good. So yeah, but anyway, so bottom line is that's what that filter does. It blocks out like everything except for a very specific sliver. So now what you're seeing here is like you're seeing the same thing, the visual spectrum, the colors that you and I see. But then this little black line is telling us this is hydrogen alpha. So remember, getting back to what what I was talking about was that filter. Where did I put the picture? There it is. So basically, what this thing is doing, the knob that you're seeing up here, this knob is tuning between angstroms. So it's going from like this many angstroms. So let's say 0.1, minus 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, or positive 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. So what does that actually mean in in languages that you and I understand? Well, basically on the sun, you have two types of details. You have the chromosphere. Well, you got many types of details, but the ones that for our purposes. So this is a good example. So the chromosphere is the surface of the sun. So you got sunspots, or you got these little dark filaments here, and you got the spicules, which are basically like they look like waves or patterns. And then you got the prominences, which I would say, for all intents and purposes, for our purposes of understanding, are basically solar flares. So you can see a little one right here. It's almost forming a loop because sometimes they'll jump out of, a solar flare might jump out of a strong magnetic field. And so a sunspot is an area with a very concentrated magnetic field. And so in the opening sequence of Star Trek Voyager, when, you see that big solar flare, in fact, we can draw a picture of it. Well, let's draw a picture of the Voyager for this one because, we love Star Trek. So, opening of Star Trek Voyager, okay, that's the big sun. And Janeway's all like, oh. Actually, well, that's my Janeway imitation. Oh. Okay. Can anyone
you gotta sound more like a Muppet when you do that, though.
Oh, Chakotay. Okay. So anyway, there we go. So we got the sun and we got to get the pen. Let me get my pen back. And then I can, use the pen to simulate a solar flare. So in the opening of Star Trek Voyager, we have a big solar flare, right? Doing this, let's say, right? And then we got Janeway's ship flying inside. So we're going to draw a picture of Janeway's ship right now. So I don't want to waste too much time drawing, so that's why I'm drawing it half-assedly. There we go. That's the Voyager right there. And so she's flying between that. And of course, we always want to see that solar flare hit the ship, right? Or is that just me? I mean, that would just be cool. I mean, could the ship actually, well, let's talk Star Trek for like a second here. Okay, the amount of energy in a solar flare can be pretty significant. I mean, like, so and that's literally what I was conveying was, so that solar flare and opening of Voyager, although you don't see a sunspot, somewhere on that particular star is a sunspot, and there's a strong magnetic field, and that magnetic field line, usually forms a loop, right? Like you've seen magnetic fields where you got the little loop shape. You ever see that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So same thing. So we got loops coming out of the sun, which I'm doing it. There we go. I'm trying to represent it, but I'm not getting good representation here. So you guys know what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that's what that is. That solar flare is electrically charged gas, ionized plasma, and because it's got an electrical charge, a magnetic field of a whether it be positive or negative is something that attracts it effectively, and essentially it's following it almost like a pipe or something like a guide. And so that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing like similar stuff happening here. We're seeing like the magnetic field is what's causing that loop, and then the Starship Voyager would be flying inside of that loop. So bottom line is that knob. Oh yeah, that's what I'm sorry. I get so easily sidetracked if you guys haven't noticed. But what that knob on the filter does is by turning it left or right, I can either see more surface detail or more detail out on the brim where the solar flares are, because the filter, can only basically, it's like almost like you're going red shift or blue shift. You're either going like to look at features that are further away or closer. And so essentially that's how we do that. So that's what the knob does. And that's what I had it tuned mostly to look at the surface during the big solar, event. So anyway, let's just skim right through that. That's the knob, and it's powered by USB. Because now, why do you think it's powered by? Why does that? What do you think is actually going on? So they call it an oven. Well, the inside of that is like an oven. Or at least sometimes they call them ovens. And so what's happening is that knob is actually being used to heat up a mica crystal. And on the inside of that, you have a sandwich. And in that sandwich, we can actually draw a mica crystal here if we want. So let's draw a mica crystal. Ooh. So basically, like you'll have like let's say the mica crystal is in there like this, and it doesn't necessarily have to be red, but essentially you'll have maybe like a silvery finish on the top and bottom, maybe, and it'll let light in. So we'll make the light from the sun yellow. So that's the sunlight going in, and the words of George Harrison. Here comes the sun. Anyway. Yep, you know it. You guys can sing it better. So the light goes in here, and I think it bounces or something like that. But the thing is that by heating up this mica crystal, it'll either get larger, or by lowering the temperature, it can maybe get smaller. And it doesn't go, expand by a lot, maybe by like a micron or a fraction of a millimeter, right? But basically that size difference between one size and the other is the difference between like this wavelength and this wavelength, which doesn't really look any different, but essentially you're increasing or reducing the wavelengths that are being reflected inside of that. So the light that comes in is going to be reflected back and forth depending on how big the gap is. The wavelength of light that comes out or the wavelength of light that is permitted to come out the other side will be different. And so simply by, because the mica crystal will expand or contract precisely based on a temperature, it's been measured scientifically that like if you get this temperature applied, if you apply this exact temperature to a mica crystal, you will definitely get this size change or vice versa. And, they can calibrate for that. And so that's what this instrument does. That's what this thing does, basically. It's heating up a mica crystal in order to make it expand by a more or less precise amount, thereby allowing a appropriate wavelength of light to come through. And so you're not only reducing, because if we were just reducing the brightness of the sun, then what we would have is, white light. And that's exactly what we have. We go to my actual YouTube channel. Where's my YouTube channel? You'll see that,
I did go pull up for you, brother.
Oh, no worries. I appreciate that. But here we are. I got it right. Oh, you do? Well, anyway, let's see. I didn't even know, but I have too many things on too many screens at once. Here we go. Okay. So this is actually during the stream right here. And we can see a sunspot, but we also see a lot of clouds. And if you look at the top left corner, that's the thing with the 3D glasses. So those 3D glasses are, of course, really just solar film. And solar film, you'll look at the back, it'll be black. And if you look at the front, it looks silvery. And essentially, those are designed to like cut down the brightness by like 98% or something like that. And solar film is enough. Let me see if I got a big picture of this solar film image. Because solar film is enough to see sunspots. Like you might not get extraordinary detail, but you will be able to see sunspots. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is actually great. So this is what the sun looked like on the white film. And there's two problems here. One, that little telescope is good because, you know, the one that's piggybacked on the back of my telescope, because I can use it as a guide scope. I mean, what I mean is, not guide. Well, it is a guide scope, but that little scope is good because it can give us a full image. There it is right there. So a little hard to see, but you can see the scope on top. It's clearly a smaller telescope. And I got the 3D glasses. Now, the good thing about this little scope up here is the entire sun could fit in the frame. So, you know, for a solar eclipse, that generally would be ideal to be able to see the entire sun in one big shot. Whereas the good solar filter down here, which gives us more detail, it zooms in a bit too much. You know, we get too much magnification. And that is why, you know, in the pictures down here, why, you know, while the sun fits in the little scope, there's two problems. One, I can't remotely adjust the focus. That is the reason why I did not. That's the reason why I did not put the big solar filter on here. Because I could do that. I could put the big solar filter on the back of this little scope. And if I'm at home, I can manually adjust the focus. Almost like operating an old camera. You turn it by hand, right? But I have no way of automating that. And the problem is that when the temperature changes, the focus will be plus or minus a little bit, you know, because the metal expands or contracts. So depending on the temperature, I sometimes have to adjust the focus manually. So because I was going to be at work that day, I mean, I was at work, I had to use the big scope because the big scope is appropriately equipped. The big scope has, if we could see, probably didn't show it in this video clip, but there is a motorized unit attached to it. There it is. You can almost see it there. So you can see a little blue box to the left, and you see a knob over here. And that little blue box is a motorized focusing unit. And essentially, that's what allows me to remotely crank up and crank down the focus. And so I had to go with that, even though, you know, I would have loved to be able to get a full frame image of the sun instead. The reality was I knew I wouldn't be able to make it not blurry. You can see this picture here. I have a sunspot, but it's quite blurry. And if I was at home, I could adjust that. When I'm not at home, I can't adjust that. The other thing is we had clouds passing by anyway. So, you know, it's kind of like, you know, I would have needed to change the focus just to compensate for the clouds. And so over here, this is going to be like from the day of the eclipse, this is one of the better images where you can see like some, you know, light detail and dark detail on the sun. And, you know, aside, I'm basically adjusting the settings to try to reveal more or less detail. But what I do with this is I'll take a picture. In fact, I'll take a video, which is a sequence of pictures on a clear day. And then we do something called stacking. And essentially, the post-processing involves stacking. It involves removing unwanted details. And essentially, after stacking, you end up with a much sharper picture, similar to the one that you see in the thumbnail image from that stream. So when we look at the thumbnail of the stream, oh, that's lame. That's an animated GIF. But you see the thumbnail over here. You know, like it's like basically like I get a little more detail. I can process. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll take two sets of videos. I'll take one that's a close-up. I mean, not close-up. One that focuses on the solar flares on the brim. And then I'll take a separate set of images that are, you know, that are optimized for the surface detail of the sun, including sunspots. And then I'll combine them together so that you can see both sunspots and solar flares. And the only reason you don't see more of that from my channel is because sometimes processing the images can be a time-consuming process. And if I'm being honest, I spend half the time researching. I spend half the time watching content creators who know more about this than me. So if I was to stream my workflow of me doing the processing, you'd be spending half that time watching me watch other people telling me how to do it, you know. So that's, you know, the pitfalls of that. And so on Monday night, I actually tried processing the imagery on stream, and I realized, okay, I'm a little in over my head. I'm going to need to sit down and do this while I'm off stream. But the other thing that was interesting is I'm in the area where it was a partial eclipse. In fact, we could actually show that. We could actually show that. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I get overly
Sounds
excited
good to
here.
me.
But we can actually show you, guys, something that you can all. So I was about to open up an application that I use remotely. So normally, like, and I was mentioning the cache before. So basically, my backyard computer took on some water damage, and I needed a new computer. So I decided instead of putting another laptop out there, or instead of like rebuilding an old computer, because if you ever try to buy an old motherboard, because let's say you don't want to reinstall Windows, you say, "Oh, I'll just buy the same motherboard." One of the things is that motherboards fail because they have more components that can fail, whereas a microprocessor is a self-contained thing and they don't usually break. So sometimes people don't want to build a whole new computer, or they don't want to go to the effort of reinstalling Windows or whatever operating system. So they decide, oh, I'm just going to swap out the motherboard. But you try buying a specific motherboard from 10 years ago so that you can avoid reinstalling the drivers. And that motherboard that I had, that I paid like maybe $200 for in 2012, or 2013, it's selling for $350 now. So it's like I could get a brand new motherboard for less than that with modern hardware. So that's why I ended up like building a new machine. So I had to be careful because I didn't want to get a computer that was more powerful than my desktop. But this particular AMD Ryzen 7 5800 8-core is about on par with the machine that I'm sitting in front of right now. It might be slightly slower or slightly faster, but reason I'm showing that is because normally I use an application called Stellarium, and Stellarium is really cool because not only can I configure it to control my telescope, but you can also, simulate specific conditions. So I can go down here and rewind time to the date of the solar eclipse. But instead of showing you this version of Stellarium, I'm going to show you guys Stellarium Web, which is basically the web-based version of Stellarium. It runs in the web browser. And the reason I'm showing you this one is because it has something in it that is extremely, 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 extremely useful. Let me just minimize all my windows real quick because, I have such a beautiful background. There we go. Okay, so the reason I'm showing you Stellarium Web is, one, it's very easy. Anyone watching right now can go to stellarium-web.org in a different browser tab, because if you're watching Mike in a browser tab, you can't close that tab. That would be wrong. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, down here in the bottom right corner, we click here. Look at that. We got a date and time. So this is very easy. We go back to Monday the 8th, and then we can either type in the time or just click on 1400 hours, and we can do, we can turn on the grid. And then we can watch, when we go back in time, you can actually see the Earth rotating. So what you're seeing right there is 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock rock. And this is essentially like, me looking at the North Star. And this is what the Earth looks like when it's rotating in my northern sky. But let's get back to the date and time of the eclipse. So 1400 hours on the 8th. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go this way. And so there's the sun right there. Mm-hmm. And you'll notice that the moon's already passing in front of it. And we're going to turn off the atmosphere so it's a little easier to see things. But it says moon, sun. So if we go, let me see. I think I could center it. There's like a button here that usually centers it, although it's not cooperating right now. Oh, there it is. There we go. Good. Okay, now it's in the center. And the reason I want to do that is because now we can simulate the exact eclipse. So that's the Earth rotating, and at the same time, the moon is moving in its own orbit, more or less. And so, why is this? Why is it cool that I had a partial eclipse? I mean, on one angle, if I had a complete eclipse in New York, I would have gone outside to observe it, because I hear a lot of interesting things. I hear things like the cicadas come out of the ground, or the bugs, like nighttime bugs will come out, make a bunch of noise, and then they'll go back to sleep when the sun comes back out like 4 minutes later. So that kind of sounded interesting to experience, or to just see dogs freaking out. By the way, Baron, did your dog act up during the eclipse?
No, they did not act up at all. But I'm very concerned because, from what I understand, this eclipse is because of climate change. So I was really concerned about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still scared of that. And even though I did see a Facebook fact check, which I was surprised to see a fact check that actually disputed that, because I mean, over the years, like anytime, like when Hurricane Sandy or Superstorm Sandy happened, I remember one of my friends visited my other friend's mom's house, and he goes, "Oh yeah, man, this storm is because of climate change, and they're only going to get worse." And it's like, look, maybe that's true, but like, I didn't appreciate that. Like, it's okay for people to blame something on climate change 2 minutes after it happened when there wasn't really enough time to really study whether or not there is a connection. But if I check my receipts, if I do all my homework and I do a pile of research, I'll probably be called some kind of denialist, even if I cross my T's and dot my I's, So I don't know. I just find that so annoying that, like, if you have, like, the popular opinion, you can get away with it. And so that's why I was surprised that there were actual fact checks on Facebook. And maybe that's just a way of maintaining credibility. Maybe that's because who does the fact checks? Is that like done? Is that like Twitter where they have community notes? How does that even?
USA Today is one of the fact checkers. Mick Paper.
So maybe they're just trying to protect their own credibility, because I mean, like, that would be a pretty stupid thing to that would be the worst hill to die on. Blaming climate change, relating the eclipse to climate change is not the best hill to die on.
Well, that's what one of the dingbats in The View did.
I heard, yeah. I
mean,
think that's
we had a senator recently too, who's a pinhead also, who basically said that the moon is made out of gas. That's right, and not the sun. Because then she had to correct herself because she's a retard. Yeah, I said it. YouTube, go fuck yourself.
Wow, he's feisty today.
Yeah, he is.
Comparing that lady to a person who might be genuinely retarded is an insult to retarded people. She's worse.
No, she is, dude. I agree.
Yeah, seriously though.
Yeah.
You should. Cash was at it again. He came right in before the show like this.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Right away.
What do you mean? What do you mean this show? He always comes into the show saying, what really grinds my gears?
I know he comes in hot all the time.
Maybe. Maybe. I don't believe Baron. He's fake news. No, but
fake news. Yeah,
fake news.
No, it's just so funny they say these things. It's like, don't you think you should be talking about more important things instead of looking like idiots by saying these things? They think they're so smart, man. It's so funny. It's like, why don't you do some research on this? Yeah.
Well, they are smart. They're saying the things that they're trusting the science people and stuff, and by delegating their thinking to other people, that makes them smart inherently. But it's like funny. It's like when people talk about climate change, one of the things that really grinds my gears is the whole what do you call it? The fact that none of them are embracing nuclear power. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's all sunshine and roses, but
there could be problems with that. I get that, but
yeah. But like overall, if you're really worried about being carbon neutral, then you want nuclear. And so my idea, I do have a solution here. So my idea is, okay, if you build a nuclear power plant, you build it on a concrete slab, but then what you should do is have like a giant concrete bathtub. And then you build your reactor containment building in there, or however many reactor containment buildings, whether it's shaped like this or shaped like a sphere or something else. And so now if this thing has a proper meltdown, hopefully the amount of concrete slab beneath it is so thick that the crap will never get to the water table. But two, because this is a reinforced concrete, box, you can then maybe like have it like Shea Stadium or Giant Stadium or whichever sports dome has the closing roof. And so maybe like in an emergency, you can like fill this entire thing with water to keep the plutonium or uranium cool, and then cover it up so that you don't have radioactive steam coming down. But my idea basically in a nutshell is over-engineer a nuclear power plant so that you can maybe like, have the containment around the containment building. So if the containment building gets breached for any reason, you dummy proof it and you just cover it up. My other idea for nuclear waste is store well, it is not the best idea, but I would say just build the power plants in such a way that you can store the nuclear waste on premises. Because one of the challenges that we're finding is that environmentalist groups will block the railroad tracks and prevent diesel trains carrying nuclear waste from getting to their destinations. And so this makes it that much harder to get rid of the nuclear waste. So, and I'm not saying, like, once again, it's not perfect. I think the real, like there's like arguments being made where I don't think it should be fully state funded, but maybe the state, like, look, we're going to piss away so much money in climate change funding. If they're going to say, oh, this climate change thing is going to cost $1 trillion a year or whatever number it is, maybe that $1 trillion will be better spent on, either making better nuclear power facilities or over engineering the technology that's currently available. And one form that I find very attractive are small modular reactors. Basically, like in one form I've seen, you would basically have like 10 years of fuel inside this modular reactor. And then after 10 years, the entire reactor, which isn't very big, at least as far as reactors go, could be treated as nuclear waste. And I would say bury it in place maybe. But even if you were to dig a deep mountain and bury the nuclear waste in a mountain inside of a proper container, and they're doing this in Europe, there's like a place in Europe where if this is the ground, they have like tunnels going like this, and then they have abandoned mine shafts, and it's like, like it's like that's one mine shaft, and this is like, like a kilometer underground. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but they're pretty damn deep mine shafts, like I'm talking like a couple Empire State Buildings deep, if not deeper. And what they're doing is they're like digging these tunnels that are deep in the ground, and then they have these little cuppies in the tunnels like this, and they're able to like stick the, the containment, capsules inside these little compartments that are secure, where nobody can just go in there willy-nilly and, maybe harvest nuclear waste to make their own dirty, devices or something. But
yeah,
I mean, I'm exasperated by the whole state of affairs with the climate conversation, because if I like go and I look at the comments sections, I mean, I always like reading the comments to see like what responses, and you'll see a common response. People would say, "Oh, climate change can't be fixed by embracing nuclear power because it's too little and too late for the point of no return." And it's like, yeah, you mean like 10 years ago, I remember seeing politicians like AOC saying like, "Oh, we got 8 years or we got 12 years until the point of no return." And it's like, well, why not? Why can't
better
it be
eat your
7?
children? Yeah, somebody had to eat their children, right? Yeah, no, I mean that was a thing that actually happened. Yeah, somebody actually said that during that meeting, that they said, "Do I need to eat my kids to help with climate change?" Basically,
Yeah.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking, man. This is how dumb these people are, but this is what happens when you go to the extreme. And you know what's also funny about this? When you actually look at this, we have people in society. I don't know how, hopefully it's better around the world. I doubt it. But you got people who don't believe in real science, like actual science that can prove stuff like biology. You have these other people who talk about climate change and the environment, and yet they are wearing all these things of fossil fuels. And when you see these interviews of people, younger people who went to college, and talking about this, and their professors talking about this stuff, they're the ones, they fly private jets. They don't care about flying private jets like Greta Thunberg and people like them. And then on top of it, they're wearing all this stuff, the makeup, it's all from fossil fuels. It's this, they don't know what they're even talking about, DJ. And so if they really wanted to actually help the environment like they claim to, you throw away your trash, you work on keeping our air clean, and you keep our oceans clean. Those are three things right there that you can do.
And that's the thing, like that's the thing, like talk about the Amazon forest and being on fire and saying the Amazon is the lungs of the earth. Well, not even talking about the fact that the oceans are the real lungs of the earth. Like that's where the algae is what's giving us out. So it's like that's frustrating too. They're always moving things around and making it about some bullshit. And I do want to touch upon yes, I've seen Kyle Hill's stuff. It's pretty decent, and then I do want to address. He's like, look, I'm definitely nowhere near done talking about nuclear waste. I'm not saying we're going to talk about waste for the rest of the show, but I'm just saying, like, in my internal dialogue, like, definitely puts a lot of mental CPU time into the waste thing. But, in response, well, first I'll read the point. So what about waste, DJRonnie G? There are only so many mountains you can hollow out and store it in vaults. Well, I would argue that there's plenty of mountains, but that's not even the thing. Because like some people would argue that we can actually, there's a lot of nuclear waste that can be repurposed, that could be that could still be utilized for energy production if we didn't have such a tight regulatory regime right now. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have any regulations, but they should, be more willing to allow more experimentation, or they should maybe, we should be better set up to encourage experimentation and facilitate doing so in a safe manner. But essentially, like one of my friends, and this might sound like an oversimplification, but I'll try my best to qualify it. But one of my friends put it like this. He goes, well, nuclear waste, what's the problem? Well, he didn't say what's the problem per se, but essentially his thing was, well, where did it come from? The ground. So we're putting it back in the ground. Now, of course, you could argue that that's not the same thing, and I get it. Maybe I'm guilty of some false equivalency by saying that we can get it from the ground and put it back in. But some of these mining shafts are below the aquifer. Some of these stable, mountains or stable geological areas, areas where you have, just good geological stability. It's not on a fault line, or it's not on a fault line, a converging fault line. So like California gets a lot of violent earthquakes or more because their fault line is where you have two plates pushing into each other, and that tends to build up a lot of energy, so that when you have two rocks that are rubbing and then they that's a real earthquake. Whereas in New York or Jersey, which that earthquake was a little unprecedented, but in general, last time we had an earthquake, not the last one, but the time before the last time we had an earthquake in New York, it came from the diverging fault line. So a diverging fault line is where you have two plates, let's say, and the ground is moving apart. And for some reason, whatever reason, as the ground is moving apart, there will be times where you have avalanches, or maybe where the rock stratum underneath, falls into place. But in a nutshell, the earthquakes that occur around diverging or separating fault lines or plates that are separating tend to be less violent than the ones where you have the fault lines converging together. And so that's number one, is you definitely want to have a nuclear waste site in an area where that isn't earthquake prone. But in a nutshell, I think, to me at least, and I'm definitely is like out of my wheelhouse, but I put a lot of thought into it because everyone and their mom knows so much about climate change that I don't think it's really a problem anymore for me to go on a limb and act like an expert on nuclear, even though I'm not. I feel that I've probably done enough research to at least try to talk on it. And I saw what happened in Fukushima some years ago. I'm well aware. I was watching all of the content about that, and some people got really into making hype out of nothing, and other people had valid concerns. And I'm not crazy about, one of the things that happened at Fukushima was they had the General Electric Mark 1 reactor or some shit like that. So you have your reactor, and let me see what color. I need a nice neutral color that you guys can see. All right, good. Red works. So you have your nuclear reactor, and basically, bottom line is here. We're gonna draw a proper Mark 1 diagram right now. So, okay, it's got a little donut on there where there's some water. Then you have your reactor on there, and it's a very rough sketch. But anyway, and it's on top of some concrete, and then the plutonium, or the corium as we call it, which is basically where the plutonium melts and it mixes with the cement, is sinking, and they have a meltdown, an actual proper meltdown or a melt through. So then they have these trucks show up. In fact, when you saw the movie Shin Godzilla, they ended up using those trucks. The chemical that they pumped Shin Godzilla up with, the trucks they used were the same type of trucks that they used for supplying water to the reactor. And so essentially it's like a truck, and there's a crane on the truck, and that crane has extensions or little bendy things, and then there's a hose on there, and then that hose can dump water on the reactor pit, which like that. And so the real problem is that as you're dumping water, you're keeping the plutonium from melting any further, or maybe mitigating damage, but now you have all this contaminated water going into the surrounding aquifer. And the problem with that area was you have the coastline, which we're just going to draw it in this color. Okay, there's the coastline, and you have some mountains, let's say. So now you got water coming from the mountain, and that water is coming from the mountain, down here. Okay, that's way too big of a brush. But you get the idea. So you got, that's still too big. Tubuku. So anyway, you got water going down, but some of that water goes into the ground water table. So you actually have clean water in the water table, but then you have the, melted down nuclear reactor right over here, let's say. And so now perfectly clean water that would normally go through the rock strata and into the ocean is now being passed through an area of contaminated water. And, you're letting in like 300 tons or 300,000 tons a day of this radioactive water is getting in the ocean. And generally speaking, the ocean's big enough that you could dilute it, but, you're still going to have areas where the fishies are going to be, exposed to more concentrated radiation. So, where's the issue? Well, there were a lot of reasons. If you look into the whole story, there's a lot of interesting little things, moments in that disaster where the tide could have been turned. At one point, one of the problems was there was a device that ran a pump, or a device that ran a valve, but this the backup batteries for this valve that would have prevented the meltdown or contributed to preventing it ran on C batteries. So they send a guy to go buy some batteries. He comes back with AA batteries or D batteries. And I guess, right. So we get a meltdown partially. Part of the reason we get this meltdown is for want of C batteries. So it's like, like one, they should have those things on hand. Two, somebody should have thought outside the box, but I'd imagine the Japanese worker is afraid of thinking outside the box. Because if I was a Japanese worker, let's say I said I could take some wires and tape some AA batteries together and hook them up to this box until we get some real C batteries. I suspect that no Japanese worker is trying to do that, because if something goes wrong, he's going to get thrown under the fucking bus anyway, you know? So I don't know. It's like, so, I mean, what's the issue? Well, one, that's an ancient reactor. That's a General Electric Mark I reactor. That shit's from the fucking 70s. You know, it's like, and so it's like the state of affairs sucks, but it's like, if we care so much about climate change, we really want to solve the state of issue, whether or not I agree or disagree that climate change is a valid issue. And I can see that there's possibilities that we're putting enough, excess carbon in the atmosphere to change something, but I don't think it's like the end of the world under any circumstance. And we can appeal to people's selfishness. I'm sorry, go on.
Oh, I was going to say, we can have a carbon neutral world. If we do that, what are the trees going to live off of? They live off the carbon.
Exactly.
I think we emit enough carbon as biological entities. Like we exhale enough carbon as it is, so we don't need I wouldn't go as far as saying that because the carbon monoxide does break down into carbon dioxide. Methane, they say it's like 10 times stronger than carbon, but it also does eventually break down and become carbon dioxide as well. So I don't think we're facing any shortage of carbon. Although it would be interesting to find out if I'm wrong. Maybe throwing excess carbon in the atmosphere actually does give us more trees and yield, maybe it's a self-balancing thing. Maybe I'm missing something, but I would be cautious about endorsing the production of carbon monoxide.
Well, I'm not endorsing it. I'm not endorsing it, but I mean, they're sitting back saying that human beings are emitting too much now.
That's too. Yeah,
it's stupid. But
saying that our exhalations are toxic when we know for a fact that they're literally perfectly good for trees is absolute madness. So that is madness, and I think that's part of it. Is that we have a lot of conflation going on, conflating carbon dioxide, my exhalations, your exhalations, with the stuff that comes out of a natural gas-fired power plant. Like, my exhalations don't necessarily cause acid rain on large scales. A smokestack from a nuclear power plant or a refinery, yes, that could toss some of this yellow stuff into a cloud, just like the movie Godzilla versus Hedorah.
Well,
everything comes back to Godzilla.
Yeah, it comes back to Godzilla, I guess.
Yeah, everything comes back to Godzilla.
It does. But, there's this whole nonsense also that, about the oil situation. What about this? I don't know if you've thought about this or not, DJ Ronnie G, but why not have a 24/7 camera crew out there while we're pumping those reserves, and we have that on TV, and instead of us going to another country and begging for oil over there like Saudi Arabia, when we have the reserves here. Yeah.
Well, the thing is 24/7 is kind of a busy man right now, so he really can't.
I see what you did there, Baron. I appreciate it.
banning, another thing, banning electric gas cars or mandating electric cars. It has a twofold problem. One, it doesn't really. Maybe it reduces our dependency on oil that needs to be refined into gasoline, but if our power grid still uses natural gas-fired power plants, then the cars are charging off that. And you'll hear arguments, I'll see these comments where people will go, oh no, electric cars are more efficient because a gasoline engine is a heat engine, and heat engines are only 30 to 50% efficient, but electricity, battery to motor, is 90% efficient. And it's that works until we start factoring in the grid. And then at that point, every step down, every transformer that goes from the higher current to the lower current, and there's at least 2 or 3 levels of transformers. You got the main power plant, you got the substation, you got the transformer down the block or something, and you got the transformer, a couple of houses down. These have big radiators on them, and that's evidence of wasted energy. That's electricity to active, like a transformer on your laptop emitting heat. That's waste heat.
But that's why, DJ Ronnie G, these people are such pinheads, because they really don't do their research, and then they say, oh well, this is the future we have to go into, electric cars. What are you talking about? Like that's the less options for humans, less.
Yeah.
You know, we need good options for us to survive. So.
Mhm.
And to continue to grow in technology and
Viable options, not just
right,
cartoonish
exactly.
options. Like
No,
look,
that's
I
right.
think that solar power could be embraced if
Sure.
like when I talked about like small modular reactors. I think the ideal would be like people really gave a shit and were thinking outside the box and advocating for some real solutions. I would propose a manufacturing district where you have maybe small modular reactors, easy to maintain, easy to service, easy to store after you're done using them. And essentially, you would use the energy produced by those reactors to melt glass to make solar panels. Because right now, like having China, because look, in China, they're making the freaking solar panels with the help of coal. They're literally using coking coal to melt the glass. So you're burning, and you could argue that, but you get so many uses out of the solar panel that it offsets the carbon being produced by that. But if you care so much about carbon, let's make even less carbon. So, we use a nuclear reactor, we melt the glass domestically. Now that solar panel is breaking even that much earlier in its life cycle, and look, I mean, like you could argue, I've done this, and I had wars in the comments or polite discussions in the comments, and people would say, so yeah, you get cloudy days, but when it's cloudy, you can use wind power. And it sounds like it works. It sounds like, you could use solar when it's not windy. You can use wind power when it's not sunny. But the reality is, on a cloudy day, if it's extremely windy, you can't necessarily use windmills. Those windmills actually have upper limits to their speeds,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I don't know how we. I don't know how we reintroduce sanity, if there's a way to even introduce sanity into the conversation, but we need more sane people.
Yes.
So that's a challenge right there.
The nuclear power, we've got to find other options. And then if people are so freaking out about everything, put a camera crew there that runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or we just put 24/7 there, as you would say, Farron.
We're going to blow that shit up.
Post 27 there.
But we need like real options. And, we have the news, and a lot of the news, and with the climate change, and every time you talk to them, they're like, oh, you're a climate denier. And yet they don't have ever usually a good reason why what they're talking about. It's just nonsense. For example, there was, I think a few years ago, they were doing a climate, protest or something like, but what happens? There's all this trash on the floor. How does that help the environment, DJRonnie G, in that area? In a park or whatever?
Another thing I heard, and this was a few months back, is some researchers are going back and looking at hydrogen powered vehicles and
Sure, why not?
Look, so two things. So real quick, I do want to briefly touch on Jet Sparks' comment. I think we can create a new hydrocarbon-based fuel from algae, or heck, just use natural gas. And natural gas and hydrogen, I think, are both cool. And hydrogen, you can use solar power to help extract hydrogen from water. I've heard people make the case that you can make hydrogen the same way that you make, or you can make. Well, I mean. Yeah, electrolysis can be inefficient on a small scale. It becomes more efficient on a larger scale. But now the big issue is, like, if you have hydrogen tanks in a car and you get into a car accident, you have these pressurized tanks. Well, there's a solution there. Now, I don't like referring to Bob Lazar often because I think he probably makes up a bullshit story about aliens and stuff. I don't really trust his fake non-existent. He doesn't even have credentials. He says that they destroyed his academic records. But one thing that I thought was cool was I saw a video on his channel some years back, and he has a Corvette that's powered by hydrogen, or it's got but the tanks are not conventional hydrogen tanks. So essentially these tanks, I lost my pen. Oh, these hydrogen tanks are like basically, there we go. Are just like, that's not the right pen. I feel
what
like
are you doing, DJ? Come on, man.
So, okay, there's a hydrogen tank, and there's your valve, let's say, and then you have like the, the regulator or whatever, and you got the, gas that comes out, right? Just like the Pokemon, right? Like there's some gas. But the way that Bob Lazar's fuel tanks are made, or the type of tanks that he's using, they contain a material on the inside that I would consider it like a substrate, But to me, I like to and make an analogy and compare it to like almost like a foam like material, you know, like almost like a porous material made of foam. So bottom line is there's a solid material in here inside this tank that's got pores. And so it's able to actually like, it's almost like a catalyst. It can hold on to the hydrogen. So, you know, let's just draw some red stuff in here. Okay, the red stuff is hydrogen, let's say. And the beauty of this is that if you were to go hatchet man on this tank, so we're going to draw a little hatchet here for reference. Okay, there's the war axe, right? You know, because you guys like playing Vermintide, right? So there's our Vermintide axe, and then, you know, you got the little handle. And let's say it does make a crack in the thing right there. Well, it's not going to leak. It's not going to blow up because there's just a solid material in there. Yes, that solid material is impregnated with hydrogen, but it's not under pressure in the sense that a tank would normally be under pressure. So, of course, you might be asking, but Ron, how does it release the hydrogen? You know, well, basically, up here is a heating element. So let's say that's an electrical wire, and that's a heating element. And what it does is when heat is applied to the tank, it starts to release some of the hydrogen. Now, it's not going to be a high pressure, but hydrogen will come out the spout when you apply heat to that foam or that catalyst material. And the beauty of that is in his Corvette, he's got like 4 or 5 of these tanks. So let's say like the pressure is too low from one tank. When you take the combined pressure coming out of all 4 tanks, there is enough pressure going into that carburetor. And in a nutshell, he's able to use solar power in theory, from at least what he demonstrates. Maybe he's making it up. Maybe it doesn't even work. But if what he's showing in the video works, he's getting hydrogen from water and solar power. And then he's pumping it into his car overnight. And then when he's ready to drive the car, it uses a little electricity to heat up the heating element. And then it's running on hydrogen. So maybe that's an option. He claimed in the video that the material in those tanks, that catalyst material, is regulated by the NRC, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and that because it's regulated as a material used in nuclear power, even though it's not a dangerous material, you know, anybody buying a large quantity of it, you know, there's still like some challenges there allegedly. But I don't know. I mean, like I like I don't know. My point is that I do like these ideas, you know, and I for people who care so much about it, I don't see enough ideas sometimes. Like I just see them going to the default option that doesn't even work, large scale windmills. Like, you know, it's madness. But
cash money madness.
Yeah, it's cash money madness, you know, and you know, him is like, it's money, but is it money or currency? Because if it's currency, no, I'm kidding. There used to be a guy, he would talk about money, but he would argue that, oh no, what you use is currency. Money, the only thing that's money is gold. And he had a point, but I don't know if his definition is actually accurate or just his made up marketing definition to sell bullion through his company. But real quick, I do want to just say, yeah, oh yeah, and I get you, Jet Sparks. He's saying, I mean, I'm just spitballing with the idea I came up with, and I'm with it, man. And just like spitballing here, I see that Spock mentioned dilithium, and you know, like he should know where to buy or find dilithium, and that's a whole other topic. But sometimes I wonder, like, you know, they act like they don't care about money in Star Trek. But I'm sorry, like to make an agreement with some aliens to mine dilithium, like something's got to be traded there, man. Like, so at the end of the day, like there's got to be something going on there more than anyway. But that's a different rant. But Jet Sparks Orange says one other thing we can use instead of silicon, we can actually possibly use carbon made from graphene rods, and we can use them to make semiconductors and superconductors computer components. Now, superconductors are dope. Do you guys know anything about superconductors?
A little bit, not much, but
not as much as I'd like to know.
So basically, there's a lot of videos out there where like someone would take a magnet and they'll freeze it with liquid nitrogen. And so if you ever took 2 magnets and made them repel, you'll notice that you can't make the magnet float on its own. You got to hold it. If you let go, it'll flip over or it'll fall off automatically. But if you freeze those magnets with liquid nitrogen and then put them at opposition with each other, the magnet will literally stay. And this is something they call quantum locking. And so, of course, obviously, it's not really feasible to freeze magnets all the time. But I believe there are some maglev trains that do it. MRI machines, they use liquid helium for that purpose, which, that brings us to another topic. But they use liquid helium basically to keep those magnets really cold so that the magnetic fields are very strong. They tend to be stronger that way. And another cool trick you could do is if you have a power line, like a high voltage or a high current power transmission line, you freeze this to a really cold temperature, there will be almost no resistance, hence the name superconductor. So, of course, what we really want is maybe like the hoverboard in Back to the Future. We want a room temperature superconductor. And so I think a few months back, there was that material called LK99, whatever the hell it was called. And it turned out to kind of be bullshit, or at least there wasn't really any evidence that they really discovered a feasible superconductor that could be used. And I think if we do get to the point where we have room temperature superconductors, it'll probably be more like a thin coating or something like that. I don't know if it'll ever be like a solid contiguous material like a copper wire that has the properties of a superconductor. But there was a Korean town or a Korean city where they needed more power stations, but they had nowhere to build the power station. What up, James? And so instead of building, another power station, they actually found out it was economically feasible to buy a superconducting cable. So there's actually a company that makes a cable that has like liquid nitrogen lines going around. So a copper wire or some kind of copper cable, and then it's surrounded by super cold liquid that gets circulated. And so this power line goes from the power station to the Korean city or Korean town, wherever it is, South Korea, of course. And it's able to, like, without increasing the generating capacity, they're able to reduce the loss across the power transmission line enough that they're able to power that many more homes or that many more facilities. But of course, you could just imagine, like, it's very rare that you can have a situation where that's economically feasible, So the holy grail definitely is a superconducting cable if we could ever have that. It's not really practical to make power transmission lines at the moment, but maybe there's some hidden technology. Maybe there's something that someone invented and got murdered for inventing that does do this. But speaking of liquid helium, one of the problems that we have, of course, is the helium shortages. Like, it's just a problem. And so a while back when I was invited on the Notorial Lifeform show, he left a comment and he goes, "Oh, we could talk about that." And I forgot to bring up the topic, but he read one of my comments, or I did a video where I mentioned about where we should bring back hydrogen airships. And I'm sure you guys are thinking about the Hindenburg right now. Are you guys thinking about the Hindenburg right now?
I am.
Yeah. And I hate the Hindenburg because I hate the story of the Hindenburg because now you get that stupid newsreel where the guy's like, "Oh, the humanity," and it's like now nobody wants to use fucking hydrogen. And I think that that's just a mere engineering problem. I think we could science the shit out of it. I think we could I think we could find a solution, because one of the things was that the speculations as to why the Hindenburg did what it did was it flew through a lightning storm. So, I mean, you'll hear stories, you'll hear people saying that, oh, the United States wouldn't let the Germans buy helium or some shit like that. And that's true. But that's not the only issue, I mean, sure, they maybe the Hindenburg would have been safer if it ran on helium, but I don't think helium was ever a long-term solution, to the problem. So my proposal would be, figure out what caused that problem. And in the case of the Hindenburg, what happened was the Hindenburg flew through a lightning storm. So now it's got like an electrical charge. Right. And of course, if you ever seen a blimp cast a line, they drop some cables. And then people on the ground will sometimes grab the line. So they might drop one cable down like this. And then, oops. Oh, whoa, what happened there? I'm gray. I'm Wakazashi. No, I'm kidding. There we go. So anyway, I lost it. There we go. So they drop a line, but the problem is that you drop a line, and then that line, transfers the charged current from up here to down here. And at that point, there's like a series of compartments in the blimp. There's like separate cells full of gas inside the main body. And at least one of them was leaking. So now you have, like, let's say some gas coming out slowly, because hydrogen is actually pretty hard to contain. That is a valid challenge, is that hydrogen is a very small molecule. And so when that electrical current, that charge or the discharge occurred, that may have been the factor that ignited the hydrogen. I do want to say good evening to Pops, who has quality content on YouTube, and I got to catch up on his last Star Trek review, because I love commenting on Star Trek, the original series reviews. I really do. But anyway, so I just think it's an engineering solution, because how many blimps exist in the world right now? Can you guys count? Do you guys know how many blimps there are right now?
I don't know, but there's
not my
a
head.
few of them between MetLife and Goodyear and
Yeah, Goodyear is definitely the one you usually see a lot, especially.
If
I
this
think they
is
usually
true,
have about 25.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
allegedly there's 25 in the world. I don't know if that's Goodyear blimps or other companies, and I bet you that's an outdated number too.
It probably
2021,
is.
they say there's about 25 blimps still in existence. That's a paltry sum. And, you know, like my favorite blimp, by the way, I would say in modern times is the DirecTV blimp. You ever see a DirecTV blimp?
No.
Dude, they're freaking
I didn't
cool.
even know there was one.
So I was like driving on the freaking Jersey Turnpike at nighttime, and they have this blimp, and it has a freaking LED TV screen on it.
Oh,
And
yeah.
you can watch the freaking football game while you're driving on the highway. I mean, you know, if you want to crash. But like if you're a passenger, you can watch the football game in the sky. And I was like, this is the coolest freaking blimp ever. Like, I don't care how practical it is, but as far as advertising goes, like this is brilliant. And I just wanted to share that because I think it's super cool. But
Well,
the problem
kind of like the Goodyear blimp with their lights that they had at one time.
Oh
Those Goodyear
yeah,
blimps, and they
yeah,
had-
those are cool too.
Yeah.
I forgot about that one. I got to take a look at one of those in a bit. But you know, like the big problem is that we don't have enough helium. You know, we have a shortage of helium, and so it's not practical. It's not cost effective to like have that many blimps anymore. And I don't know if they can actually solve a practical issue, like if it could be economical to transport containers or goods on a blimp or airship. I think that diesel ships or bunker oil ships tend to be very cost effective. Like they are like pound for pound very cost effective for shipping large amounts of goods. But I need to see that Goodyear lights blimp if I can get a quick picture of that. The search is not yield. Oh yeah, okay, I've seen them. Some of them have like the lights on it like that, like the little blink. I see. Yeah, that's cool. And that one says I heart you. Aw, that's sweet.
Mm-hmm.
And then that says nada nah. I don't know why it would say nada nah. That doesn't really mean anything to me, but okay.
It's scrolling. It's scrolling what is seen on there. So
that makes sense.
It's like right there, yeah, library. Mm-hmm.
Library computer working. Okay. Ooh, that's an interesting one. But anyway, so yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, like, I'm not an expert, but I did see some videos recently where people were actually talking about this in a serious manner. So I'm kind of getting some hope, but I'm not going to hold my breath because I know people are always going to jump to the Hindenburg. And I'm like, those guys were Nazis. But jokes aside, like not even, I mean, they had good engineers, but like, yeah. I think that if we I think if like in the past 50 years, 70 years, we took another crack at the problem, we could maybe find a way of discharging the excess current or find a way to like evacuate, leaking hydrogen in such a way that it's not hazardous. Something has to give. And it's just, I find it very saddening that like, I'm not saying we were indoctrinated to hate airships. Like I'm not saying it's some kind of conspiracy, but I do feel that through my formative years, what I learned about the Hindenburg, it for a long time was enough to make me like roll my eyes at the concept of a hydrogen airship. But when we consider the situation with helium and how obscenely expensive that amount of helium is, and how it's literally not available at times. I see room for hydrogen. I've heard people argue that you can make helium like through a process similar to electrolysis, but when I looked into it, I didn't really see any real process that could do it that way. Like there are ways, I think, but I don't think it's quite like electrolysis. I don't think you're directly extracting it because helium is floating to the top of the atmosphere. So unless there's something I don't know, like maybe there's a molecule of oxygen that can bond with helium and stay at ground level, I don't really see how you could be extracting helium from the atmosphere. I think what's happening is the facility that generates the helium is pulling it from the ground. They got like a natural gas reserve and they're able to extract helium from that basically. So in other words, it's always a finite sum. And every time you crack open a reservoir or underground a subterranean supply of helium, if it leaks, it goes straight up. It's lighter than everything. So, like, hydrogen, on the other hand, we can get that at the ground level. We could extract it from the ocean if we wanted to. So I don't know. Do you guys have any favorite airships or any thoughts on airships?
Well, I'm all for airships, to be honest with you. I always was fascinated with dirigibles and
me too.
and even blimps. And I've seen the designs for that they want to do for basically sailing ships in the sky, which would be cheaper and they can transport so much stuff across the way. Granted, it's not so fast, but a little bit faster than the ships. It's like, hey, go for it, man. We need to move into. We need to go into the future, man. We saw this in the old films. We saw that in
exactly
punk and stuff.
Sure,
like
we even
Exactly.
we even saw it in a DuckTales episode. I'm just saying, like, come on,
Yeah.
people.
And is it even an issue if a unmanned, maybe if you make an unmanned airship, it might not even be a problem if the thing catches fire. Although I think we could engineer a solution to make it not catch fire, but maybe it's not an issue if it catches fire. I don't know. I think we got to think outside the box. And like you said, like there is like I think a romanticism of seeing airships over New York in the 1930s. You know, there is something about that. Or Batman from the 90s. Remember the Batman show?
Yep.
Yeah, like that. Even that, like that show was interesting because I always got the vibe. I forgot, like this. I know it takes place in the modern era, but that show always gave me a 1940s vibe at the same time. You know.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what's so great about it.
I was gonna say that's what drew my attention to it.
It was very interesting, and I thought it did take place in the 40s until the episode when Batman was fighting the giant supercomputer, and he was in this like it was almost like he was at the Javits Center or maybe the CES convention floor at nighttime, and he nearly gets crushed by a giant DVD. Like there's like a display that said DVD, and the disc was like 10 feet tall. And the thing falls down. You got this DVD that's like rolling, like cartwheeling. It's cartwheeling on the floor, nearly killing Batman. And so I realized, well, it can't be the 1940s if they have DVD on display here, you know. And I do have some concerns because Phil McCracken might be talking a little genocidally here. He's saying, DJRonnie G, how would they remove cash money from the earth?
He's a whack job, man. Don't.
Yeah,
that's Phil for you.
It's Phil.
Phil and Cash. They have some kind of thing going on.
He's a nutcase, man.
Look,
I still believe DJRonnie. We've never seen an actual what this man.
Don't believe him, DJ. Don't believe him. He's trolling you, brother.
I'm worried that there's a catch-up thing.
Yes, he's trolling, man. So
he's trolling you, brother. He's trolling.
Just remember, he's Agent Smith, actually. DJRonnie G. He came from the Matrix again. So yeah,
he's evil.
Mr. Anderson.
Evil.
Yep.
Mr. Evil.
But there was one thing I wanted to ask you if you had seen, and if you have, are you going to go to the theater to experience this? Because you are a fan of Gundam.
What is that? Wait, theater? What? Tell me more.
Fathom event, Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Freedom.
Oh,
May
it's coming
7th
in May.
and 8th. Yes.
Dude. Well, so actually, it's funny because like recently, I'm revisiting Gundam Seed, and I have a clip I could even show you because it didn't get me copyright struck. So I'm pretty sure it's safe to play it on your channel, assuming that you're comfortable with me playing this.
I'm fine with it. If I have to edit it out, guess what? The whole thing's going to be on Rumble.
I uploaded a video, and if anything, maybe I'll crank down the volume on it a little bit. But let me just open up I'll open up the file real quick, and there it is.
Shadow ban.
There was a scene in the third episode of Gundam Seed, the original Gundam Seed series, when like in the final scene of episode 3, there was a scene where something cool happened. So let's get the top screen up. So this is the final episode of Mobile Suit Gundam Seed, and let me see if I can just reroute the audio. I just remembered something. I got to route the audio, or else you guys won't be able to hear Nada Zada Zada. That's not English.
Nada zada zada. Nada zada zada.
Because I always forget that if I share my desktop audio, okay, good. I think I can do it like this, maybe. You guys will echo if I'm not careful, so I always have to remember to make the sound come out of the right device, or else, oh, bummer, that won't work.
Oh, Arles, we'll get you, man. We'll get you, man.
How did I do this last time?
DJ,
oh wait, I know what I gotta do. Okay, I got a solution here. Okay, I gotta open the file location. Then I gotta double click on the file I exported yesterday, and then I gotta do this and that. Okay, I got you. I got this, bros. But in the meantime, I do want to touch on the chat while they're here. So, did anybody say anything relevant here? I know. Oh yes, James did mention using Mr. Fusion, and I had an idea for recycling plastic by encapsulating it in resin. But I think resin also contains microplastics, so. Then my other idea was to encapsulate that in a layer of silicone and then just build buildings out of like trash. So what I want to do is like encapsulate trash inside of resin. Okay, here we go. I got my audio now. I'm just going to click one more button. So, a little trick, if you guys use VLC, you can actually tell it to output to a different audio device. So we're going to tell it to output to my microphone because my microphone has a headphone jack on it. And then if I hit play, this should play audio in a way that you guys can hear it, although I won't be able to hear it. Oh, see, it's loud. I'm lowering it. So this is the final scene from episode 3 of Gundam Seed. They're inside an O'Neill cylinder space colony. And there's some collateral damage.
Oh no! What happened to Babylon 5?
It's the same concept. You even got the big cables that hold up the facility, and then you got the escape pods coming out, and then it's like the end of the episode. And the way that Gundam Seed goes, the end of every episode ends with the song playing. So basically, they'll fade into the outro music as the end of the episode. Sometimes the end of the episode will be some drama, like, oh, character finds out their girlfriend's cheating with the Gundam pilot. Or
what?
Yeah, that happened one episode. And then so you got the ship in there now, the Archangel, which is basically the new white base, and it's like, getting, it's experiencing major gale force winds. And then I got this little meme. So this is gonna be like probably the outro for my Monday show. And this caption here, I didn't come up with it. So first time I saw this picture from the Mobile Fighter G Gundam, somebody had a caption at the bottom that said, "This is the best plan ever." And you can see like the scientist here and the other scientists have this self-satisfied look on their faces. And you got mobile suits straddling rockets like this. Like, it's just like, it doesn't make sense, but it's like, this is like the picture that taught me to just stop hating on G Gundam. Like, just sit back and enjoy the show. Like, don't take it seriously. Just enjoy the friggin' show. And this picture encapsulates like that. And so you even got like a Gundam here with a freaking mace or some kind of chain, and he's holding the chain on the side of the booster, and he's like leaning on it like this. Like, none of this makes any freaking sense. But anyway, I felt like this caption works really well for accidentally destroying a space colony. And it's relevant because also I think you guys might recognize some of the people here.
Oh yeah, there's Whoopa and
there's Whoopa.
Punkwaddle.
There's
So this is what happened. Is this what happened to Babylon?
Penguin besides Low Spec?
Yep. 2 penguins dinner, 1 penguin sleep. Is that what happened to Babylon 2?
I think that happened. I think well, let's see. One got blown up. The other one disappeared. Babylon 4 disappeared. Didn't like the first 3 blow up? Like, did one of them blow up?
They were sabotaged. Yeah, one was there was sabotage, and there was accidents, and they were using pieces and parts, and then they did Babylon 4 and
yeah, Babylon 4. Babylon 5 was the magic number. Like, this time it's good.
I'm surprised they went and built that many of them. Like, you would think they'd give out. They must have really wanted that station built badly to be willing to try again.
Yeah,
I mean, especially
they were
after Babylon 4. That thing was built well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As they said, Babylon 5 was basically the low budget one because they put so much effort in. Plus, they were using stuff that was left over from the previous Babylon stations to do Babylon 4. Babylon 4 is able to travel through space if need be, which Babylon 5 can't. And then, of course, when this big, huge, giant station, because Babylon 4 is larger than Babylon 5, disappears, it's like, okay, let's just go with the we were done with the Lincolns. Let's go with the the Tauruses. Let's go with the let's go with the fusions.
Yeah, I know what you wanted to do.
Compact cars.
I know what you wanted to do, DJRonnie G. You want to do that walkabout like Franklin did, man, in Babylon. And was it season 4? Was it season 3?
Yeah, I think it was like season 4.
Season 4. It was season 4.
Season 3.
Season
3. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was because he was already getting hooked on the stims early in the show. So, like, I think already in season 1, he's already like, or by season 2, he's like really on it, and he's talking to his Mark Cab friend. And he's like, "Oh, buddy, you should get some sleep." He's like, "Oh, fine."
Yeah, I know. Right. Yeah.
I kind of enjoyed that arc. I know not a lot of people enjoyed it, but I enjoyed the arc.
I remember you said that before. Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I feel like there's some realism there, but I could see where that would get annoying and played out, and that maybe they could have like slowed. They didn't have to drag it out that long.
Right. They dragged it out.
Well,
I
really
think they dragged it out. It felt long, anyways. I know, but
they only had a couple episodes. They only had a couple episodes that they looked at it, one of which was the end of it, but they only touched on it a little bit, so it wasn't one that was heavily prominent.
It wasn't
So
that
it-
heavily, but it still went on a bit too long.
That's because you mind.
It just
I
went
didn't think
on.
it was that bad.
It was okay, but it could have. They didn't have to stretch it out a little bit too long. It's just like, how long
Well,
does it
there's
take
other
them
stuff
to run
happening,
around
too.
the ship?
Well, that's a big station. I mean, you think about
I
it.
know.
Even the Enterprise, you think about the Enterprise D.
No.
You could go a walkabout on the D, and you could be wandering the halls and the Jeffrey tubes and all that
Yeah, that's
of
true.
the D.
That's true.
And
Yeah.
it's so big, even with a crew of 1,000 people on it, you can walk sections and never run into anybody.
Yeah, but even with all that said about it, like Franklin is still an overall really good character. He
Oh,
has
They're
great
a
all
lot
really
of,
good characters on Babylon 5.
oh, absolutely. But since we're just
Except the
focusing-
pilot in second season that we were forced to have.
yeah, oh, is that the best?
The pilot in the second season, you said, or the first season?
Yeah, Ward, second season. The P10 insisted that they have
him,
his
yeah.
map protector. Yeah, Warren Kiefer. Yeah.
I heard
And
some.
of
Yeah, I heard
course-
some things.
Yeah. And I guess the actor himself was a pain in the ass, so no one was sad to see him go. So.
But I mean,
he didn't,
just,
he didn't realize it either.
just imagine though that show would just not nearly be as good without, of course, Londo and Jakar. It just would not nearly be as good.
It's true.
I've always felt that way.
That show put Andreas
They're the
on
odd
the map.
couple of the show.
They
They
are.
may not
and,
like each other, but they
Right.
find ways to get along, especially later on.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, it's
especially
an
so.
interesting arc. It's like I cannot forgive you, or like I can forgive you, but how did he phrase it? He couldn't forgive him on behalf of his people. He said like my people can't forgive you, but I can forgive you, maybe some shit like that. But it was an interesting arc there, and even like he remembers like seeing dreams where he's getting strangled by Jakar. And how that actually, turns out is pretty cool. That like they're telling you very early on that how he's gonna die, but you don't really know how. I mean, if you're only watching season 1, you assume that Jakar is literally gonna strangle him. You don't realize there's like a more to it, So, pretty cool.
You don't
And,
realize their prior history between one another.
Yep.
Now, Babylon 4 is able to maneuver. Why is it able to maneuver while the other Babylons cannot maneuver? Do you guys know why?
No, I don't think they specifically said. I think it's just because.
Is
there's
it
a
just
reason.
the way it was
Structural.
built, maybe? Oh,
yeah, I think the way it was built.
Yeah.
Basically, it is the way it's built, and in particular, what it is that you have counter-rotating sections. So while this section is rotating in one direction, the outer drum is rotating in the other direction. So from what I understand is, if you try to maneuver an O'Neill cylinder or any spinning cylinder, you're gonna have a problem where you're gonna have like almost a Coriolis effect. So like that's why when Jeff Bezos was talking about about building O'Neill cylinders, or whether or not he actually wants to do it, you'll see these pictures that look something like this, whether you'll see like the two like this, or the two like this, or some variation. So essentially these are linked together by some kind of strut. And so these cylinders are able to spin and, counter rotate with relation to each other. And so that's the only issue of Mobile Suit Gundam. The original Gundam series heavily incorporates O'Neill cylinders, and even the colony you just saw getting destroyed a few minutes ago is of the same type of design. But where they make a mistake is that the cylinders can't spin on their own without drifting, or whatever the term processing, I think it's precession they call it. And so by having them counter rotate and being linked together, you can prevent precession from being an issue. The other issue with the colonies from Gundam is they got those little pods on the side, the agricultural pod. And so like in this picture, or this picture over here, these little pods actually each spin independently. They have like farms, or they have hydroponic gardens in there. But these, if they were to spin at the same speed as the rest of the thing, they would, one, not be able to have independent gravity, and two, they would be even heavier. They would have more centrifugal force because they're at the outer rim of the spin. And so really what you're seeing Gundam, what you're seeing Babylon 5 doesn't even do this, but you know how Babylon 5, when they dock, the docking thing is spinning?
Yeah.
That doesn't happen in Gundam. In Gundam, the docking section is like in its own unit up here, and this part does not spin. So over here, you could even see like a little. This one's like a weird one. Literally a picture from the 70s. But this area over here, where the spaceport is, where my mouse pointer is jiggling, that doesn't spin. So the ships can dock. It's a zero gravity environment, which I would presume would be a good place to do maintenance on ships and move heavy equipment around. And then there's some kind of elevator that I guess allows you to transition from the spinning part to the non-spinning part, or vice versa. So that's like where Babylon 5, they don't do that. Instead, you go into the center, and then I guess the gravity is so weak over there that as long as you're matching the spin and you clamp down to the elevator, everything's all hunky-dory. But I still appreciate it. Like in the episode Ground Pounders, what was it, Grow Posts, the season 2 episode when they had like 30,000 Marines showing up at the station.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you actually get like a good shot where you see like the docking area and you see the Marine transports, like, and you actually see a little bit of the curvature of the station in there, and one of the challenges I saw was when they go to the Zocalo, there's an area inside the station. I don't know if it's in near the Zocalo or in the Zocalo, but there's an area where you actually see the walking path going up in a curve. And there's that scene where Lanier and Big Garibaldi go on a motorcycle ride.
Yeah.
And you see Garibaldi going right up the curve of the station. And of course, the big challenge is that like the camera, when it's closer to it, the curve is more pronounced. And when the camera is further away, the curve is less pronounced. And so I think that when you're looking at a far away camera shot, it looks realistic, but as they get closer to it, you gotta suspend your disbelief or else, and I do appreciate that they tried there. I do appreciate that they tried that element, but it's almost impossible to have cast members walking on that curve. I think I did see a scene where a guy's sitting at a table and he's on the curved floor, but it only goes so high up, and the guy's like in a bench, so he's kind of boxed in there anyway. But I don't know if they were gluing the drinks to the table or what. But I don't know. I just thought it was pretty cool that they incorporate O'Neill cylinders, and I appreciate that. Like Babylon 4 has the counter rotating setup to facilitate the movement, but I don't know if that makes I don't know if that makes Babylon 5 any less or any more viable. But I don't know.
I don't
Maybe
know.
I'm over. I might be overthinking it.
And there was also another docking area on the top, where that they had up there too. So you had a full 0G dock on the top there. So I mean, they worked a little bit with NASA and others on how to do this. I mean, they were serious about it. I mean, yeah, it's still space opera, but they're going to still try to get some science right.
Yep.
And they're not going to use pseudoscience like you see in some science fiction properties nowadays.
And since you like space operas, I definitely I don't know if you've played it yet, Baron, but I definitely recommend playing Mass Effect. I think you'd like a lot of that.
Yeah, that does look interesting, actually.
Yeah, that had some pretty decent lore, actually. I never got too deep into it, but I played it a little bit, and I liked some of what I saw. I mean, I don't know, maybe I just have ADD or something, and I couldn't get into it too much, but I did it. It wasn't bad. Like, and I seen some of the cut scenes, and I seen people talk about it, and then you two give good benefit to that series, Cash. But yeah, there's our 0G docking area, so there's actually a docking port, and this part does not spin. And it's such a weird shape in some areas, but like I'm gonna guess there's other access ports where things could be removed and added, because I do find it weird if you had to transport things all the way through the length of it to get it out through the front. That might be a little convoluted, but I do like the attention of detail there. One of the things that's weird about Babylon 5 in the series is you got like these inner decks. So you got like over here in I don't know if that's red sector. Yeah, it's red sector. You actually see some decks there, but then in the actual inner drum, it looks like you got the underground area where you got like basically like as you get into the brown section at the bottom, I guess that's what you would call down below. And I don't know, like down below confuses me because like you got like the brown and gray sections, and I think gray is like near or at the waste, management facility or whatever.
Basically, brown sector is the down below.
Gotcha. So somewhere back here, even like almost back here, it's pretty. Yeah, it's like somewhere past blue sector, green sector. I mean, it says right here, red sector, commercial zone. So like the Zocalo and all of that crap. Green sector, Londo's house, Londo's apartment. And this is actually where it gets interesting, is that Londo's apartment has a window. Delen's apartment or room has a window, and it's looking down on the inside of the green sector or inside of the actual, drum. And so like there's scenes where they'll go to Earhart's, they'll go to a restaurant, and you'll see like a building, right? Like you'll see like a structure like shaped like almost like a pod.
Mm-hmm.
And like it has like maybe some cylindrical windows in it, and then you'll see your characters, and they'll zoom in on the characters, and then they'll be in there eating dinner or listening to 1940s music because Amelia Earhart did it or something like that. But like all throughout, the green sector, you got the ground level, and then you'll see like other buildings up the curvature of it. And so sometimes like same thing with Sheridan's office. So sometimes I don't know if like our characters are in the like inside the lower decks or above the lower decks, like if, like when we're looking at like a scene where we're inside the station, sometimes they could be inside one of these decks over here, but other times they're literally inside of a building that's on the inner wall of the drum. I just like, I don't know, some funny observations. Like I don't know if there's one good map of the station. I've seen like different ones. They all have their discrepancies, but I'd say this is probably as good of a, as far as overviews go, this is about as good as any I've seen.
Yeah, that's one of the better ones, definitely.
And sometimes like I try to pick apart the ones in Garibaldi's office. He's got like in his security office, he's got some diagrams there. But yeah, so you guys are on season 4 right now, huh? With your weekend discussion on Babylon 5?
5 now.
It's 5 now.
Season 5 of Babylon 5.
Yep, time for Space Jesus. But like Baron has said,
quit crying about Space Jesus. It ain't that bad.
He's not the best, but
that's my favorite song. We've all come together.
No, don't start singing it. You'll make Phil happy.
A better place. I thought that shit was weird.
I just thought, the first few episodes, it's like, yes, I'm going to complain about Space Jesus because he's annoying. It's like, for me, that character, just throw him out the airlock and I'll be happier that way.
That might have been a valid solution.
I'll admit, he's no Marcus. That's for sure.
For sure.
No.
Then I have to say, even though there wasn't supposed to be a season 5, as Baron and I and Mike have talked about.
They didn't know.
Right. They didn't know. There's still some episodes in there that are interesting. So after the Space Jesus stuff, you still find some episodes in there that, I like this. This is pretty cool.
Well, that is true.
Well, I know I am going to spoil a little bit. I think these first 4 episodes are very interesting.
Even with Space Jesus.
Yes, Cash. Even with Space
we'll
Jesus,
they still
have their quirks about them.
Yeah, there's some stuff in there still.
Well, like I just find it so weird that like when the guy gets laid with Lita, they're like just doing that shit out in the open. It's like Jesus, like I know you guys are all cozy, but come on.
I know that's true. Well, Lita is just like, you know what? I'm tired of you people. You can go F yourself, basically.
Right.
She just
they
kind of really pissed me for a good reason.
Because
you can't blame her. She was used a
seasons.
lot. Yes, and look at what the Vorlon did to her, especially the second Vorlon. It was like they basically mentally mind rape, I mean, that's basically what they did to her. And nobody deserves that, what that Vorlon did to her. So it's like it's messed up, man.
Well, yeah, Tosh was nice. She didn't have a problem with
Tosh was a lot nicer.
Oh yeah. That second guy,
Vorlon, the second, man, he just,
dude. The guy was so
Darth
weird.
Kosh.
Yes, Darth Kosh. Yes.
I just remember like being confused watching her in not Kosh Navanik's quarters, and he would do that thing where like she'd have her mouth open and energy would be coming out of her. She'd have her gills flapping, and I'm like, what is he doing? And like then she'd pull out. He'd pull out, and she'd be like, oh, Kosh used to pull out a lot more gently, and it's like telepathically pulling out, but it might as well be the same thing as anyway. But like. And it's like that guy was just a dick. He was like, well, I don't give a fuck. I paid you. You got your paychecks. I signed your checks. And it's like that guy, that was a whole situation. I didn't even know what he was doing, but what was it? So what was he extracting from Lita? Was it like she would visit a place?
It was something. It was
his essence.
Yeah, it was the
essence. It was his essence. Yeah, basically he was traveling around inside of her.
And then his essence would be in her. She would travel around and collect intel or experience something, and then she'd come back home and he would download himself back.
Just like when when the first one sat back said there's a Vorlon inside you.
Right.
It's a
Yeah.
part
I
of
mean,
Kosh. Yeah.
but just imagine like having that to take in for any kind of human and stuff. Like you would just, that would be brutal, like on your body, definitely. And I'm sure it took a toll on her. And then, everybody's like, oh, well, you got to move to a smaller area now. It's just like everything.
Yeah.
It's like, dang, man, Lita, she's going to snap. And she did. And in season 5, you start seeing that, how she snapped. Because she, for good reason, I have to say, for good reason. I just.
He really, yeah. No, I mean, that was a hot mess. Like, I mean, like, and like, I don't like how, like she wanted to read Zach Allen's mind to see if he was genuine. I mean, it's like, one, I don't know how, like, he's not broadcasting his emotions already. How she could not pick up on that. So I'm gonna just say that's probably like Straczynski's writing. He wanted to have it go a certain way, so he ignored the fact that non-telepaths have a tendency to broadcast things regardless. And yes, I mean, a telepath can do nursery rhymes in their head and avoid listening, but there's always going to be things that they accidentally pick up. And I feel like Lita, I'm not saying she like violates privacy, but I don't know if she necessarily gives a shit about following all of the official rules at this point, And so it's like she's asking permission to read Zach's mind as if she can't already tell that he cares. And so I don't know. Maybe her judgment was clouded by the whole situation with the space Jesus or something. But it got very weird. I felt like she should have been able to see what Zach was thinking without demanding to read his mind. That it was inappropriate for her to ask to read his mind. On one angle, I feel like Zach maybe could have let her read his mind, but he's not under any obligation to let her do that, and she should just take his freaking word for it that he cares. It's like
he does. He's just in a no-win situation with her, and he can't. But he has to do, what has to be done as the taking over for Garibaldi. It's just like I said, there's so many dynamics to this show that and I just love great character development. I would say Babylon 5,
and that's what Babylon 5 has.
A lot of it, yes.
Babylon 5 can't touch Discovery.
Oh my god! Lately, I've been getting notifications, or getting videos that come up in my YouTube feed saying, "Oh, watch this video about the battle at the primary binary stars," and I'm like, "No,
oh no."
Watching that episode of Discovery once was more than enough for my lifespan. Thank you.
I watched 3 seasons of Discovery, and I said, "No more."
No more. Yeah. Wow, you got that far.
And I and Mike and I.
He likes his name.
Some other people, of course, watch all of season 3 of Picard, and we went, this is considered quality Star Trek overall?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
I can't believe I sat through that. Oh.
But here's something that we sat through, and we enjoyed being invited to it. And it's a lot of fun to watch you have guests on, but also talk about different topics. Is your late show with DJ Ronnie G.
Yeah.
About I didn't even answer your question before. So right now I'm revisiting the original Gundam Seed, and I'm gonna try to skim through Gundam Seed Destiny, but I don't really want to watch it all. So I'm gonna try to read some short, read some synopses so that I can skim through Gundam Seed Destiny. But essentially, I do want to catch up on Gundam Seed Destiny, Gundam Seed Astray, so that I can go into seeing the movie in May with a prepared mind. But I think I'm going to give it a chance because, I mean, Gundam Seed has a nice production value. They did spend a lot. They did blow their load on musicians and voice actors in the beginning, but there were things I liked. I still prefer the UC timeline above all else, but if I'm going to be cool and hip, I have to watch the current Gundam. And look, I'd much rather watch the Cosmic Era timeline than a lot of these other timelines. I'm not really I do want to watch Witch from Mercury, but I'm not really, warm to it. I'm just a UC timeline elitist, Mike. You know that.
Wow, I know him. You elitist.
And
he's from New York. What do you expect?
Yeah, that too. I mean, as here in the communist state of whatever commies and stuff, you gotta be better than everybody, and we are. I don't even know, man. New York. I'm actually in the red borough of New York, so it's I mean, we still fall under the thumb of our governor. I don't really want to get into the weeds of it, but yeah, our governor is a whack job, And our mayor, he could be hit or miss, mostly miss. And don't even get me started on, you guys already know the whole thing. You don't need me to tell you about, current events. But yeah, Mondays I just, try to have fun. And like week before I saw Dune, and it's kind of funny. It's like I saw Dune, came home with a headache, and I was sick as a dog. And I think I had a cold brewing for days before I saw Dune, but it really like hit me that day. And I remember watching that movie. I had a headache. I thought it was the IMAX laser projector. I was like, oh, these laser projectors must be giving me a headache. But it was like, no, it was just my cold getting to me, basically. But anyway, so I did some videos about Dune the week before. So, we did I skimmed through the 1984 movie on one of these live streams. I even spent a little bit of time skimming through the Sci-Fi Channel movie. I still have to finish watching the last bit of Children of Dune. I still got to watch the rest of part 1 and the entirety of part 2, and then I think I'm basically all up to date on the mini series from the Sci-Fi Channel. But I do the Monday show for a few reasons. One, I remember on Wednesdays, Stone Loki, he'll do his YouTube talk segment. And one of the things he would say is, or one of his recommendations, or one of his general experience, I think pieces of advice from experience was, whatever you do it consistently. So if you want to do a show every morning at the same time, then do it every morning at the same time. If you want to do it once a week or once a month, do it then, but do it consistently. And that made a lot of sense to me because if you do the same show, or if you do a given show at the same time on a consistent schedule, then people know where to find you. They can predict, they can anticipate, they can plan. And maybe not everyone's available at 10:45 on a Monday, but the people who do show up clearly are available and are more likely to come back next week and the week after, if they're, assuming they don't have other engagements, of course. And that's been working. I've been getting, fairly consistent viewership, been having a good time. I hope they've been having a good time. And Monday's a weird time slot because on one angle, I like it because I'm not competing with a lot of people, because I don't want to cannibalize. I don't want to take views. I mean, I know you guys would never hold it against me if I coincidentally did a stream at the same time as any of your shows. But if I,
oh no, DJ, we wouldn't do that at all. We never hold a grudge against you. We never. I'm trying to delay this because I'm trying to look for the clip. Oh no. We would never act like this toward you, DJRonnie. Never.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
No.
Ever.
You know what? Let's since you mentioned Stone Cold Loki, let's mention something he's said many times on his Wednesdays YouTube talks, which are great if anybody hasn't checked them out. Yeah. And I'm just paraphrasing here. I'm not going to quote him exactly, but even he says, if you want to stream at the same time someone else is streaming, do it.
Yeah.
It's a big YouTube world out there. You can stream whenever you want.
The problem is with a lot of different streamers, DJRonnie G, and you find this also on Twitch a number of years ago. It's just they put on these stupid rules. Well, you're not supposed to do this. Don't talk to a partnered streamer. It's just they have a monocle and they have a cane and they're just walking. Oh, well, don't do this. And you're not allowed to do that. And if you do this, this doesn't make any sense. You have to follow these rules. It's just, it's so stupid, man. It really is.
That is an interesting observation. People do have their and that's the thing. You gotta make your own rules. I mean, look, basic rules that I think that live by would be don't go to Brandon the anime guy stream while he's streaming and say, "Hey guys, I'm doing a stream on my channel right now."
Yeah, exactly.
But people still do that.
Yeah,
which is just.
They do.
Right.
It's ridiculous, man. It's rude to do that to other people in the chat, even if there's someone's like if you. Yeah, go ahead, Baron.
Well, the big thing is what you need. What everyone needs to know who's going to be streaming, whether it's serious or just for fun.
Right.
Treat it like a network. Treat it like you're doing a show on a network. So again, when you're saying having a constant same time, because that's people can know. Oh, MASH is on Monday nights at 8:00. And that's what kills the shows when you start moving around. People don't know where it is.
Right.
You're always going to have competition. The big thing is what competition do you want to go up against? There's going to be some YouTubers where you know that you have that cross, but the other one's bigger. And you might be able to get someone that say, I'm not going to watch that show this time. I'm going to go that way. Or it's like, no, I opt to do another night.
And then
instead,
I'll give you guys a perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
Pop Talk used to stream at 8:00 every Wednesday night, and then I saw that Doomcock was streaming at 8:00 on Wednesday nights, and I thought to myself, you can't compete against that, so we start earlier.
That's kind of what kind of brought a little bit to the end of Burn After Dark. Then other things came involved too, I'm still looking at doing that again on another night. But it's like, what's going to be the best night to do it? And that's just it. You have to start thinking how you're going to do it, and again, it takes dedication. It really does. Yes. Even if it's just a part-time gig, just something to blow steam or whatever you want to have off of it. So I always will tell someone, hey, treat it like a network. If you got a good close group of friends, like obviously we got here between you, DJ, and of course these two knuckleheads, and some of the others that we have in the chat. That's important because we can cross-pollinate. We can, talk, give ideas to each other. And sometimes we might be in competition, but it's a friendly competition.
Yes.
And there's nothing wrong with having that. I mean, you had that in the old days of radio where, George Burns and Georgie Jessel and a few of the others. I'm pulling some really old names there, aren't I? But it comes down to that factor is that's what you need to do. Set a time, do it. Even if there's a chance that you can put down a schedule on your channel, boom, there it is. Because this is the new network. This is the new entertainment.
I also want to give credit where credit's due. It was Janet from Another Planet when she was on with us who suggested that we also stream to Twix.
Yes, I agree. I give her a lot of credit for that too. But and then with this whole streaming thing, they're like, oh, well, this is good for the algorithm and you need to do shorts and you need to do this. I'm like, I don't always agree with that, DJRonnie G. I think, you just need to find your passion and then build from there.
Yep.
I don't exactly agree with this whole thing. You need to follow the algorithm. You need to do this. Some of it's good advice. Like even people who I've seen this in the past, even on Twitch, DJRonnie G, they've gotten over 30,000 followers. They have 9 people watching them play Grand Theft Auto, and the person isn't talking. Right. And it's just like, I wonder why, why isn't this? And then you say something, hey, it's your stream, do what you want. And then the person flips out on you. It's like, why am I watching this anymore? And that's just an example, it's like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. Everybody's got their own style, and people who watch obviously have their own style. And I'm not attacking anybody here. Don't get me wrong. I'm not attacking.
No.
For me, Friday Night Tights is too much for me because they have too many people on there. There's nothing against the guys that are on there or what they're doing, and people do like that. They do like that. It's not, I'm too ADD for that. It's like, okay, who's talking? Where? What's this now?
Why?
Exactly. I'm kind of one of those that believes 4 at the most that should be on an average stream. Maybe 5 if you have a couple coming like Knitter and her husband. Forgive me. I'm sorry. I got a mental block on your name. Troy Priscilla.
Netta and Troy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I enjoy the content. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And if you get a team coming in, obviously, you open up a little bit more on that one. I think when you get too much, it's
which
hard
we
to
did
follow,
when Troy, Netter, and Age Boomer joined us.
Right. And, again, it's not, I'm not ragging on it because they got a successful thing. They're going great. They got people who do follow it. Good for them. It's not a slight to them. I'm just, whatever it is me. It's not them, Right. It's my shortcomings, you might say. But that's exactly the example. Some people like that. Some people like the smaller ones. Some people just like the one person babbling. Some people like the sheep. You never know. I mean, black sheep. And that's why sometimes you shouldn't be afraid to go against some of these other ones, because maybe someone doesn't want to watch the multi ones. They just want, okay, I want a little bit smaller, less chaotic stream, and vice versa. It's like, well, I want to go and watch these guys over here. It's just that you keep it friendly. You're right. I am a simple man, Anno. I'm a very simple man.
I mean, like, I care more about competing with the small guys. I mean, not really compete. I don't want to, like, put on a stream at the same time as somebody else who has a tight knit community and who I may share viewers with. Or Mike can't watch my show if he's busy running his show. But jokes aside, just I mean, I'm not obligated to not do it at a certain time, but Monday, it turns out, is a good time slot. The only issue with Monday is and I periodically bounce the idea around my head about changing it, but Monday, I've been successful in doing it consistently. I haven't missed a single show yet. Even when I was sick as a dog a week ago, I valiantly went on stream and broadcasted for you to entertain you, the viewer.
And that's professionalism, man.
Yes,
that shows a person who's dedicated.
Agreed.
It's like it's more than just trying to get the algorithm. It's more than just trying to see about, hey, can we, we got to get enough people so I can do super cast. No, it's a love. It's the love. And that's exactly what Mexican Iron Man, when he asked me point blank, what are you in this for? And I say, to have fun. Because most people will sit back and say, oh, I want to get the super chats, I want to get money, I want to make this my it's to have fun. And you find out.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, and it's kind of funny if you're going with that attitude. Sometimes you start finding out that you are getting to that level where you get the monetization, and if you get there, don't change it. I mean, the core of what you have. I mean, obviously, there's little things even we do. It's like, I want to do a little bit different, something a little bit different here, but it's still within our lead. But don't change what you are.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to ask other people for feedback too, because you don't know exactly how to do some of these things. Like it all helps. Yeah.
Except
you know whose brand I've picked the most, DJ, when it comes to doing graphics and everything. It's Fat Steven.
Oh yeah, dude, I've seen some of his work. I've seen him. I watched the stream when he helped Magic Tech Mags. He made the banner for her channel, and I've seen him do it for other people. And I've even thought about consulting Fat Steven, but I like trying to DIY things. Or if I'm going to ask for any help, I want to make sure like I do my legwork. So as you can see, like, I don't need a drawing tablet for half the Photoshop that I would normally do, but I do love jerking around and drawing things on the tablet, as you guys saw today. But also, I've been trying to hone the skill, maybe try to learn to do some animation, maybe, or something cool like that. But I see that there are times where I don't have the knack for certain things or the patience for certain things, and that shows in my thumbnail images where, like, I keep it very simple. I stole the Dave Letterman Night Show logo. I used a non-matching font. That's why the font is different. Maybe one day I'll fix it. But it's almost like me. It's like comedic trolling. It's like I'm doing it half-assed, almost as much as a point of humor as it is useful. And I mean, it's good enough. Like the sun picture came out nice. I just used the basic blending options. This one is actually a picture from the James Webb Space Telescope. That's why it's got that that spike pattern. They're called diffraction spikes. This one I had Disney sheep herder on and just did a little blending and used some sheep, because that's what sheep do. They graze on grass, and that's why I have this. That's what these sheep come from. I did a quick and dirty chroma key adjustment to get these sheep to walk on the edge of this mountain above phosgene gas clouds. But like how do I phrase it? Like, sometimes I'm just sharing something, like I say, I'm passionate about. It's mostly to have fun, and maybe there's, like, deep down inside, if I'm being honest, maybe it's a slight vanity object. That's something that Pops touched upon. So he, talks about, like, why do different people do YouTube? And some people want to change the world. Some people want to do it for money. Some people don't give a shit. They just want to do it because they want to see themselves on screen. And I'll usually only rewatch when I'm on someone else's stream because I want to see if like I dropped the ball or if I spoke over people or if there's anything I could do differently than what I did during that stream. With most of my own shows, unless I have a guest on, I can do whatever the heck I want, at least the way I see it. I do have to have you guys come back on again soon, though. By the way, I did really enjoy the time you guys were on. It was a good time. You guys really carried the conversation,
I had a good time.
Me too.
I had a great time.
And it's such a cool thumbnail. I mean, look at that. We got Jason Fox, we got Pacific, we got, this guy, that guy, we got Vash the Stampedo, as they say in Japan because they add a syllable. And we got Baron, who's hidden behind the time. And that's like the big problem with my Monday show.
I saw that. I'm still hurt.
It was strategic. It was strategic, bro. I did it on purpose. I was like, we got to make sure Baron gets stuck behind that time right there. And it was a success.
Yeah, you did a good job.
And I was dressed in a silver suit for that stream for some reason.
You were
well, yeah, you were, dude. We thought you were going to be an astronaut soon.
Yeah. We got Cash's photo album right there.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Cash. Yeah.
But that won't smooth. So my biggest problem with Mondays is like if I got to be careful. Like 90 minutes not a problem, but if I can't go into 3-hour extra innings on a Monday because I literally got to be up at 5 a.m. So I sometimes rethink the Monday show. But for what I think it works because like I can't accidentally go longer than I need to go because I have a hard stop. It's like I got to get my ass to bed. So it's like. It kind of keeps me from accidentally going into a 4-hour stream if I don't want to do that, I'm able to I don't know, just like I have a reason to end it on time,
Yeah.
But I'm gonna appear. I sometimes forget to update the Monday playlist, but literally while you guys were talking a few minutes ago, I did update the Monday show playlist. So, it's like I'm just amazed, like not amazed thoroughly, but somewhat amazed that I have this many editions of the Monday show. And in fact, this one's on the wrong date. I got to rearrange these, but I lost count. Like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, like 18, 19, maybe 20. I don't know. I lost count. Oh, it says it right here. 26 weeks of Monday shows. That's already 6 months. Holy cow, man. One day I'm going to be one of those people. It's going to be like the 100th episode.
That's like a season. I mean, right there, considering the season, it's usually about 26 episodes for a TV. So that's over half a year. Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe I should slow it down. I could take a vacation. I can say, end of season 1, vacation time, buddies. Nah, but jokes aside, I'll roll with it. I just hope I can still bring things to the table. Luckily, if I get some of my image processing done for the astronomy stuff, I could hopefully have something to show for it and show people what, because I usually like live stream using the telescope, but that's like raw imagery. That's raw black and white imagery. I have to stack the images and combine the colors to get it in color, so that's something that I have yet to really showcase that thoroughly. But, I just hope I, keep churning out something. And that's why, I get the drawing tablet because then I can make comedic diagrams or, something, I don't know, maybe make myself into Mork or Mindy. Yeah, well, I'll make myself Mindy.
No.
Oh, I could be Madonna. There we go. I got my cone-shaped brassiere.
You don't want to be Madonna. Come on, man. Come on, man.
No, nobody wants, dude. Madonna's just.
I gotta turn my head to match this. Oh, it's so hard to look at my second screen while doing it. Okay, we're just gonna draw it. Whatever. I can make myself Borg if I want, but this is what that picture looks like on this screen. Looks so weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like a dog with, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I see the dog now, yeah.
I'm scared.
It's kind of looking like some kind of alien kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Now, what do you guys think about AI art? Now, I don't like the word AI because it's not really real AI. I think I don't like when people expect a AI apocalypse because we're nowhere near there. Like, it might cause some issues. It might disrupt the job market, but it's like, and what's cool is I could spot, in fact, actually, I gotta, real quick, I'll show you guys something cool was, like a few weeks ago, I had a problem with Chrome. In fact, I still have a problem with Chrome. I'm streaming through, whatchamacallit right now. I'm streaming through, I gotta get this picture off my screen. Firefox, because wait, the picture's still on screen. Oh, wait, that's the sheep.
Yeah, you got rid of the sheep. The other.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so let me see. I have a bookmark in my Microsoft Edge, and it was actually like really, really like interesting to me because what happened was I was looking at how do I search this? Let's try AI. Let's see.
Yeah, like I get that, but the there you can make some cool stuff with it, but then there's of course problems like the George Carlin thing had to be solved. Like they just like, oh well, we can go do this. We're still honoring him and whatever, like that bullshit. But then there's other stuff where people are doing whatever you want to call AI art, which looks pretty cool, but it's still never going to be as great as the original.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
never going to be as great as the human eye.
No,
the human skill.
No, it won't. It can look cool, but it'll never be as great.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, I look at the quote unquote AI. I play around with it quite a bit actually.
Yeah.
For fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not looking at it to go out and make money or whatever, but it's like the stuff that I made up, and some of the logos I've come up with. I mean, because I can't afford a professional or anything, and I don't want to bother
tablet
people.
or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find this picture because it's actually what happened was I was looking at an article and I was so proud of myself for spotting AI art, but then I realized it was actually pretty clearly marked. It like said it was made in a utility that makes AI art, and it was interesting because like what it looked like to me was the way the article was written. Somebody, a staff writer or something like that wrote the article, and then they simply typed an imaging prompt. They said, "I need a picture." And they described the picture, and then the picture they got was like basically an 80s computer. It was like they were trying to get like it was an article on fixing an issue with a modern version of Internet Explorer. That was like basically what the article was about. And I know I have it. I don't know why I lost the image now. Like I thought I bookmarked it, and of course my luck right now it's nowhere to be found. But I have to find this because it's like there's some interesting observations I think we can get out of this. There's like some takeaways we can get, like, and it just shows like how not ready AI art is for prime line. Here we go. Okay, prime line. I said prime time, not prime line. So, okay, the article. There we go. Okay, let's see if this. Okay, beautiful. I found it. Okay, so this article is like literally me reading about an issue in the year 2024. Why is Microsoft Edge running in the background? I was just curious to see if there was a reason why there's like a feature, there's many features in Windows that rely on the web browser to run in the background. So this picture right here is a picture of a freaking 80s computer. It's like, why am I looking at an 80s computer? So then it says designer and Copilot. So basically they use the AI art image generator to get this picture. And there's so many things that told me it's AI art before I even read that caption. Now, it did a good job with the monitor, shading on the color. But then, like over here, we got like 5.25-inch floppy drives. But it's like, why is there a desktop computer with no floppy drives? And then there's an external enclosure. This is literally a 70s computer fused with an 80s computer. Like that's like from my experience, this picture was trained on photographs from the 70s and 80s. And then after they trained the art model on pictures from the 70s and 80s, you now have a 1980s computer with a wireless mouse. Yeah, there's a wireless mouse over there, which is not a 1980s thing.
No, it's not.
No,
it's definitely not.
Zip drives. You got multiple floppy drives, external tape drives here, like that don't make sense. But what told me it was AI art, aside from the fact that there was these discrepancies, of course, is the keyboard is melting. There's a vent or a speaker grill here, and this is how I know this was trained off of a bunch of crappy photographs, because it's like this is sort of like if you supplied this with a bunch of low resolution photos of people's computers, or even high resolution photos with a computer in the background. This is sort of like what the model would be trained upon, is like a skewed image of a speaker grill, and so that's why it gets it wrong. And then this speaker grill here is also kind of melting. And it's just like, like it gets some of it right, but it doesn't, this is not replacing real artists. And there may be applications where the situation where they would hire a real artist and they don't have to hire one anymore, but they could have just as well used existing stock imagery and called it a day, And then the other thing is like who would put their desktop computer in front of a bookshelf? How is the guy who owns this computer supposed to get to the books on the shelf if their computer is in the freaking way?
They wouldn't.
Very carefully.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, and
It's
and that
Cash Money madness.
No, it's not madness enough. No.
And so mainly it's the melting keyboard, but like I think we
Yeah.
all have the eye to spot these kinds of discrepancies, and it's
Yeah.
not really very threatening. You know, some artists might whine about Shadiversity, but like I don't give a shit if Shadiversity drew a picture of Supergirl. You know, he what was it, like Supergirl? Let me see if I can find it here real quick. Yeah, this picture here got like a lot of flack, and basically it was like, there we go, I found it now. So basically, it was like this picture of Supergirl, and he's like, "Look how good I'm doing," and he's like, "My skills are increasing, whatever." And the picture on the right, people in the comments were bitching because they were like, "Oh, how could there be sunlight on her while the sun is behind her?" And it's like, yes, they might be right, but the thing is that maybe she's flying in front of a building with glass windows on it, you know, and that's why it's reflecting the sunlight. But
well, the thing is, even in hand drawn art, you know, people doing artwork sometimes do the same thing. I mean,
but then on the other side of this, the coin, I would say, DJ Ronnie G, is that it's like, look at the art, for example, of I like to go back to this comparison of Monkey Island, and you saw how the retro style was, and you look at it, and now look at that blockiness, and it's like, why? Because Minecraft did it, so we have to have blockiness and all this stuff. It's the same. Look, I don't think the art of like Fortnite is bad, but why does other things need to look like Fortnite? Why does Prince of Persia need to look like Fortnite? Or why does the character need to look like a Fortnite character?
Yeah.
Well, why do they have to have how art?
I know. I understand it's all Unreal, but look at how good what was it? Prince of Persia Sands of Times look compared to the new one, Lost Crown. It just looks so much like Fortnite. Why does everything have to look so much? I mean, we do this, you know, it happens throughout history and so on, but it just seems a bit lazy.
I mean, there you got Mike as Egon, right? Mike as a Jedi. And this is great for having fun. It's like, you know, AI artists ripping off real artists. Well, yes and no. If you're doing it for money, you're absolutely right. But the thing is, you can tell here that the fingers are still wrong. That's another thing you can.
I see that.
Look at the fingers.
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, you know, I mean, even the Klingon. Look how magnificent he is.
Oh, I just want to go on record. I make a better looking Klingon than Cash.
Whatever. Shut it.
Oh, really? Okay, let's find out here.
I think I make a pretty amazing Klingon, but whatever.
Let's find out. Well, I mean, I know you guys are
original series Klingon or next generation Klingon.
The movie era Next Generation Klingons.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, there's Cashy, Scott Money.
That looks pretty good. I like that.
Yeah, I mean,
there we go. See. Look at that, DJ Ronnie G. How do I not make an awesome looking Klingon?
Oh, you look just like the motion picture Klingon, yeah.
Right, I do, man. It's great.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Yeah. But you're talking about the other Klingon?
He looks like he got a bad skin graft.
Yeah, he does. And that's just it. Yeah, I mean, and that's why it's fun. That's why it's fun for dingbats like me. You know.
It still looks cool.
And also with AI art, if you look at the eyes,
they look
the
weird.
Eyes
they
will
can
be a
look
dead
weird
giveaway
too.
Yes.
Yeah. The eyes.
Sometimes
they
look good.
problem. Yes.
And my natural eyes never look weird. My eyes never look weird, unlike AI art.
This is
well, I've been meaning to say
that Trigun picture that I made is AI art. DJ Ronnie G.
Oh,
it is, yeah.
It's a nice missile launcher.
Yeah, it is. I know. Mike could make a. Oh, there you go. He's back in Grand Theft Auto.
And one thing I do think there's potential is AI art can be used. Like people could be using AI art in conjunction with their existing graphic design. So maybe like I need a super generic background. I use AI art to generate that, or maybe I want to put fake Captain Kirk next to me in a picture. So you still need real Photoshop skill to do that, but you can extract things from the generated art stuff. And I remember this guy named Lofty Pixels. He had an interesting point about Shad. So I was like trying to, counter the people who are anti-AI art because I don't like the basic reasons like how, you want artists to starve. I'm like, well, go compete with the AI art because if your art is good enough, you should be able to still
Right,
eat.
exactly. Right. I
like,
agree with that.
yeah,
Yes. It's
Yeah.
so stupid. They're even during the writer's strike, the AI stuff. Then why don't you guys just make better stuff? Then you can start making money again.
Yeah.
Wow, what a concept! I know. They always have to find like something to blame for that. They always have to find something to blame and so on. Yeah.
Well, that's just it. And I mean, we've been big proponents here. We want to see hand-drawn animation still. We're tired of CGI. We want practical effects instead of CGI. And I like seeing people actually doing pen to paper type artwork. But when it comes around, I mean, take a look. You can tell the car is all messed up back there, right?
Oh yeah, I do see that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But the big thing is yeah, I mean, we all know.
Look at that expression on
Anonymous touched on something interesting. So the DeviantArt, they were going to use a bunch of AI. They were going to train their own AI art models off of other people's work. And this is one of the things where like it actually then opens me up to a better idea. It's like, well, and these lazy fucks, they got a team of devs. They should be doing this. Like make your I want to do this. I want to learn how to train an AI art model, but I want to train it off of my own crappy pictures. So like the pictures I drew during the stream or stick figures. I want to draw stick figures. I want to draw crappy pictures of turtles, and then I want to scan them in and train the model off of that. So when I'm typing into the art prompt, nobody can accuse me of stealing their hard work because it's coming from my crappy training prompts. And I think it could be kind of amusing, but maybe they can even offer to monetize art, like pay the people on DeviantArt a penny for every time you use their art to train a model, maybe, or something. I don't know.
Right.
I could actually. You know what? I think they should just add Mike to Grand Theft Auto 6. Definitely.
I think
so. Where's that? I think it'd be good.
Oh, come on, Commando! Come on!
You're an ugly motherfucker. Yeah.
No.
So the observation of somebody else.
There you go. That's my favorite right there.
Oh,
of course, of course.
See, that's the bling you need there. That's the bling you need.
Yeah,
that's the look you need to have.
Nice gold chain.
Oh, like a Street Fighter character or something.
Yeah, that's
the only
why you
issue
don't
I would
mess with
have.
Mike.
Yeah, that's definitely Mike there. But no, the only issue I have with the only thing I want to add is that like the only issue I have with Shadiversity's art was, and this was pointed out by that Lofty guy, but he had a good point. People in the comments were like saying things like, "Oh, Shad, this artwork's so amazing. How did you do this?" And he had a point. It is kind of cringe when people are like, stroking his ego and telling him that this stuff is great. It's like it's really not rocket science to issue prompts. Like I wouldn't hate the guy for it, but I also wouldn't pat someone on the back. Although I would pat you on the back for this one here.
Yeah, there's Mike.
Yes, I do make a very convincing Klingon.
Yeah, I can see it. I guess I'll give it to you this time.
Fuck.
It's pretty cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That.
And that's just it. It's fun. You can tell it's,
You can see imperfections.
Yes,
right.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's just fun to have. It's like,
man,
I love when they have multiple arms. I love when you see an arm and it's one arm here and one arm here.
Go back to the other one of Riker or Mike Riker or whatever. You can see like the eyes right there. That they're a little messed up because of the AI. Yeah.
Right. It's just like I said. I like AI for fun, just to fart around with, not serious. And and people getting upset with me doing that, pound rocks. If I was going out there and saying, "Hey, NFT me or whatever, give me money." Oh, yeah, then come after me. Come after me. But that's not the intent for this.
You want to know something, Baron? That one that you did of me as Indiana Jones? When that Indiana Jones game comes out on Game Pass, that's what I'm going to use for the thumbnail.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we're poor YouTubers. We don't have money. If we have tools to goof around with me, you can see the imperfection. Like you can see his eyebrows soon.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
yeah. In the fedora.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that's crazy.
But for us, we don't care. I
Yeah.
mean, this is our chance to have something that looks somewhat nice, just like the old days when people were doing their, the kids were making their own shows,
Yeah, of
movies
course.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, again, if you're not making money off of it, I mean, there. I mean, that's me. I mean, that's me in my full glory, man. I mean, of course.
Yeah, I
You can
agree
tell-
with Anonymous that when they use it for a replacement for real artists that put thousands
Right.
of hours into learning their craft, that's a problem. I agree.
Mhm.
And you know, when you're coding these things, you can get intense sometimes with putting the prompts. You're trying to get something right, but again, it's all part of just having fun.
And Baron, he's gonna finish his coffee. I'm gonna finish my coffee.
He's gonna finish his coffee, man.
in this family restaurant.
Just
but I like that. Shut up, Baron.
I thought that was more of you saying "Shut up, Cash."
Of course, we can't forget Babylon 5. I mean,
yeah, that's cool.
I mean, it's a chance to see us and stuff like that. So,
CSS characters.
There's Geralt Baron. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oppenheimer. There we go. I'm getting ready for
Oppentag.
Getting ready so we can have Godzilla -1. Yeah.
Right.
Warhammer me. Yeah.
I like that. That is cool. That one's ridiculous, but it makes me laugh.
Well, it's more true. I like that too. I don't know. I like me as the Inquisitor too. Whatever. But
you'll probably be more intimidating than the ones in Kenobi. So
that's true. Well, hey, I can tell you one thing. Any Warhammer interrogators is just they put the ones in the Star Wars universe. I mean, it's just like here we go. I mean, when I doing logos, I mean, again, you get your hands on a program that you can make it for gaming stuff. I mean, it's like some fat, we can't forget your leader.
I laughed when you showed me that one.
Oh my god, that's so ridiculous. Yeah.
I mean, if you can do it for your thing there, there we go.
I like that one. Yeah.
Go get some
Duke Nukem, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There I am.
We need.
I really think you should use that Space Marine Warhammer one.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
I like
when I do a Warhammer one, I'll do that for the Warhammer. I figure I got a bunch of these all done up for appropriate, whatever games I might be doing. I don't know. I like me as He-Man. But see, this is the one. I like this one a lot too. I mean, that's just
cool.
There we go. It's like whatever game or whatever, I got it all set up. Same thing with the music, man. I mean, with the music.
You honestly should use that one as your avatar. I like it.
I've been thinking about it. I saw that one. I have to sit back and say, this is my favorite one out of the whole lot.
Well, whatever you want to pick, let me know. I'll add it to the thumbnail and stuff. So I'll change it if you want me to from the one you had before.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe it'll be that. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. But it's it's fun for us. We're not doing it to make a buck. We're not going to go to other channels saying, hey, I can do something for you for this much money. No, I'm not. I mean, it's just like, you take a look at the hard work that good old Fat Steven does, and he does sometimes stuff as a gift, I mean, I still had more. I didn't even, and, because, Fat Steven's a great guy. He does hard work, and it's appreciative. There we go. I like that one too, if you want. Again, it depends on the game, and that you're going to have is what I'm going to use for that for. Of course, obviously for Pirate Night.
That's right.
Star Trek game. There we go. I got a Star Trek game. Somewhat, a poor.
Resurgence is coming out on Steam soon. So
that's what I was thinking about.
Comes out next month.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean? Isn't that the game that I bought on Steam? Like, oh, wait, I got it on Epic Games. Oh, okay, never mind.
Epic.
It was
Mhm.
originally on Epic.
Steam is finally getting it.
Yeah.
I had to add that shit to my Steam library manually, and anyway, but I play because I play it on my Steam Deck sometimes. I'll run it on my desktop and I'll play it remotely on my TV through my Steam Deck.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's even our song that we have for
Beverly Hills
414.
Yeah. But even with my new avatar, Steven took this one and he gave it an upgrade.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a cool yeah. Yeah. And that's even cooler. I mean, both are cool, but I mean, I like Fat Stevens. That's freaking awesome.
I told him you brought it to its next evolution. And
right.
He said, I just took what you already did and just made adjustments here and there. And
yeah, you had a great template for that, you know. And it's like none of us wanted to put anybody out of work, especially when that's what we've been promoting. We want to get people back. We want to see practical effects. We want to see real art in comics again instead of this computer, you know, I don't know, Cal art crap, you know.
Well, it's just not so good. I mean, people can tell us 1,000 times that, for example, X-Men 97 still looks so good, like the artwork. Yeah, right. Like it's a bit cheap from the original. Yes, from stuff like we saw in the 90s, from like Freakazoid, for example, even Inspector Gadget. Like you look at that art, it still stands this test of time, I would say.
Let's look at the Gundam films. Look at all the detail in that cell animation. There's a lot of detail in there.
Oh yeah, what about Akira? I mean, look at that. Like I said, particularly for me, I didn't like the story per se, but damn, I love the artwork. That was just absolutely, you know, blows you away with all the detail on there. It's beautiful.
That, you know, yesterday being on Pops talking about Transformers the movie, one of the things that Ironcaster brought up was just, you know, the background for the movie, how detailed those were.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Yeah.
Because you need to have that atmosphere. And part of the atmosphere is the world that you're in, you know.
Yeah.
And
you know,
that's what we've been promoting. That's what we want to see, you know.
Yeah, it's just like the CalArts stuff is fine for Rick and Morty, but not every show, and especially if art, it's all in the eye of the beholder. But still, you look at where Thundercats was, and then you're like, dang, dude, you look at that 2011. No, the original Thundercats. You look at that.
I know, but where it went to, yeah.
Oh yeah, where it went to, you know, and it's the same with Teen Titans. You had Teen Titans Go, and you're like, ugh. It is same with Supergirl heroes, superhero girls, DC DC girl heroes or something, DC hero girls. I can't remember what the title is. But the art was so much nicer, the original. You look, and then you see what they did, and they changed it, and it looks more like that Cal Art stuff. It's just like, like this is what it used to look like. Why did they change it like this? It's just not so good. It's not so good. Yeah.
Look how they murdered
DC
my
superhero girls. That's what it is called.
Yeah.
I don't know. They just keep changing this art, and it just looks cheap. And I mean, I think it's funny that people go after other people because they mock the Princess of Princess of Power art, but it's like, that's like the definition of the Cal Art stuff compared to the original, and that's why. Oh my gosh! And that some YouTubers that showed the comparison, and then I guess they're called the Shiris, and they go after people who attack that show. It's like, dude, that art makes you want to vomit, like you vomit up a rainbow or something. Like it looks so cheap. I don't care what.
I just saw the preview the other day. I couldn't even get to the whole, you know, the sneak preview or the trailer for the show, and it's like this is shit. This is just crap. This is absolutely horrible. I couldn't even finish watching it. That's how bad it was. It just we're going somewhere else.
Nope.
So I got an observation here. So you guys talk about the original Gundam. This is from Mobile Suit Victory Gundam, which is late in the original timeline. But this is from a Bikini Raid incident. And so to distract the young pilot, he's like 13. The bad guys decide to send a bunch of women in bikinis to, attack him with bazookas, figuring that he won't be willing to shoot them down. But look at this bikini here. It has a holster on. It has a bikini holster. Like, is that standard issue? Like, do you go to a bikini shop, or does Victoria's Secret have like a holster next to the boob, or they have to have somebody make that?
All I know is having a holster like that on a bikini makes a woman a heck of a lot sexier.
It does, though.
It does. It does. I'm not going to argue. I mean, I'm not going to say otherwise.
He's like, what's going on here? Now, what do you think, DJRonnie G, about Gundam? Like, I remember Mike and I tried that Gundam game, that one online. It wasn't very good. But then there's another, Evolution. Then there was another Gundam game that came out that's about $20, $30. I think it's more of a single player game, which is pretty decent. But like the mechs are smaller. I can't remember what
I'm not into whatchamacallit, anything, what's shit called, SD Gundam, right? But I did find a game that was interesting called Gundam Battle Operation, and apparently have an update.
That's the one. That's the one, yeah.
And it wasn't bad.
Gundams.
It wasn't
I hear
bad.
it was,
like, I don't know if it's my cup of tea entirely, but I played a little bit of it on a couple of occasions, and some of what I liked about it was how, whatchamacallit, it was the fact that you're piloting the mobile suit, you're in combat, and you can actually eject from the mobile suit. And if you're in space or even on the ground, you could hover around and fly around with a thruster pack. So you could attack enemy mobile suits or enemy units using a bazooka, or you could climb back into your mobile suit. So I thought that was kind of an interesting element, but I don't know if I get the point of the game. Like, is this an RPG? Like, I mean, it generally seemed like pretty cut and dry. You could pilot and shoot things. The real issue with Gundam Battle Operation was, unlike Gundam Evolution, when using a beam saber, it's a bit more RPG-like. Like, so if I want to slash you, I slash you, and I got to wait like for the cooldown period before I can slash you again with my beam saber. So it's like reloading a gun or reloading the chamber. That's something that takes time. That makes sense. But swinging a beam saber, generally speaking, you could pretty much swing that thing to your heart's content until until it runs out of power. So I guess they did that to make the game more. That's like one element of the game that I don't know. I don't know if they did it to make it more challenging or what, but that is the one element of the game that I did not like, was the beam saber functionality. But other than that, I mean, so far the mobile suits looked pretty accurate, and you could do all of the things, whereas Gundam, and it's single player, which is huge to me because I don't want to always be obligated to play online. And as you guys remember with Gundam Evolution, I mean, one, it was really a ploy to sell DLCs and add-ons and things like that. But the only single player mode that the stupid game had was like a training mode, and none of the enemy mobile suits actually fired back. Like in training mode, the enemy mobile suits would walk around in the same pattern, and you could like basically, practice shooting at a moving target, which is nice. But other than that, it was just no fun. Like, it was like really like if you wanted to have any real combat, you had to play against other people, and some of these other people might have spent money on upgrades or got a good loot crate or something like that, and I did not enjoy that aspect at all about Evolution. Then the other Gundam game was for PlayStation 3. You guys remember Gundam Crossfire?
I remember seeing it in the stores.
So that game, like, the big issue of that game was let me see if I can show you an example, because I did play the game. I did stream it a long time ago, and I have it right here. So basically, the big issue of Gundam Crossfire was that the PlayStation 3, it wasn't really well optimized on the PlayStation 3. So if you look at the frame rate, that's not my streaming quality. Like, that might be partially like the blurriness is my fault, but the actual like frame rate, that's actually the game. And so sometimes when you go to issue a command, like use the jump jet or shoot the bazooka or whack your beam saber, it just sometimes feels a little sluggish. Like, it feels like there's a delay from the time you hit the button to the time you're firing. Other times, the guns will fire exactly on time, and you could use the auto targeting. Auto targeting, like I'm using here, is essential. But And like, like the beam saber lets you get up close and get the kill very quickly, but it also makes you vulnerable because you're getting really close. So this game I really liked, but it had a lot of flaws that were mostly in the technical realm. Like the missions, I love the mission style. Like the missions were very straightforward. It's like secure the base, destroy enemy units, protect the ammunition depot. It's like that makes sense, whereas Gundam Evolution was just more like fight of the people and buy shit from us. So,
Yeah, right. Yeah, I played, I think it was 4 or something. I think they've gone up all the way to 4 or whatever on I played one on the PS4 with some people, I remember. And that one was good too, but yeah, that has loot boxes and stuff, but people were enjoying that game. But yeah, I understand, man, like it has some flaws.
Yeah, so like Evolution, not crazy about it. Battle Operation 1 and 2, I never played 1, but Battle Operation 2, like it's playable and I could tolerate it. But Gundam Crossfire by far was my favorite style of gameplay. And I don't know, maybe I'm overlooking, I got to ask around, but I'm not aware of any of the games that come close. The closest thing was Battle Operation,
Okay.
So, definitely would like to see more mobile suit. Oh, it's a good game though. Recently there was a new Macross game that came out, and if I want to get it, I have to get a Japanese Nintendo account.
Of course.
But the thing is that game isn't what I want because it's mostly like a one-dimensional, like flying, almost like Arkanoid or whatever. You're flying a thing and you're shooting things, It's kind of cool. Like the mobile, the mechs can transform from fighter jet mode to mech mode, but it's a one-dimensional or two-dimensional thing. However, a game what happened was I was on the Reddit page or I was on some forum, I think it was a forum, and somebody mentioned a game called Strike Suit Zero, and they said that Strike Suit Zero is basically the Macross game that they never made. Basically, like, it's not really Macross at all, but you have a fighter jet or a space supremacy fighter, and you can transform it, or you can, vary the, you could transform into a mech basically. And so like this game has smooth graphics, it plays at a high frame rate, so I mean, like, maybe that's the best I'll get for quite a while, and it doesn't have anything that I don't like in it. I mean, other than being challenging, but tough shit. I'll just play on easy like Paul, I'm kidding, but I mean, I'm not kidding. I would play on easy, and I'm not knocking Paul because I respect his policy, because sometimes you can't get rap. Man plays guitar. That's a skill right there. I can't play guitar. And
no, he does.
I
he
can.
does. And I would say, he's got a good voice and he keeps improving. Yes, he's doing some good stuff with that.
And if he plays games on hard, he might not have the ability. If he plays games on hard, he might not have the resources to sing.
That's quite a mental gymnastics there, DJRonnie.
Well, wait until he starts that hair metal band.
Well, the thing is that however Paul wants to do his streams and play his games, like, he has played games on harder difficulties, so I know he can do it.
Yeah, the Batman game, right?
Mm-hmm. He's done the Batman.
Yeah, the Arkham series.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
I'm Batman.
Batman. But even like Vermintide, you got to go. That game does not.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, this is on easier mode, right? Oh, no. The rats and the chaos are still coming to kill you.
Especially when one of your teammates is 10 level higher than the rest of the group.
The game's going to punish us for that too. So yeah, just. It's
not going to mention any names, but you know who you are.
Yes.
Yeah, I know who.
It was Mike, Baron. I remember.
Mike is Mike. Okay.
Yeah,
that's who it is.
That's who it is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But no, even stuff. This whole thing about pushing yourself in a game, like a lot of people, for example, I'll say Cuphead. They don't want to take on Cuphead because Cuphead is brutal. But Cuphead is supposed to be brutal. Dark Souls is brutal, but it's also rewarding. Cuphead is rewarding when you finish these missions. Dark Souls is brutal, but Dark Souls is rewarding when you finish this stuff. Now you can be insane like some of us, like Mike and I, where we punish ourselves like, oh, what difficulty is this? Oh, hard, super hard. Okay, we'll go with super hard. Oh fuck. This is too much. But let's do it anyways. Let's go through it. Let's see how many times we die in this game. Yes. Without throwing our controller or
what are you trying to
say? Too expensive now. I don't want to throw.
No.
What are you trying to say, Cash? Are you saying this?
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
Yes.
That's my motto.
Yep. It is. It is. But once you complete this stuff though, man, it's just like, how did I do that? How did I beat this on like the hardest difficult? Like a lot of people can't do this, but let's try it again and get it accomplished. But no, it really, as much as jokes as people want to make, like it doesn't really matter what you play your games on. But I will say this, you can always push yourself. You can always push yourself to play on a hard difficulty. It's not going to hurt anything. Yeah.
My ego.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, nice.
Oh, DJ,
anything else?
Good job, Anonymous. You've been working hard, bro.
Is there anything else you guys would like to talk about with DJ before we wrap this up?
Well, briefly, I just wanted to show one of the props I bought, and I don't I don't have a lot of props. I basically like I went through. I was trying to find a DVD disc. So I found like some old DVDs. I have a disc that's labeled. Well, I shouldn't tell you what's labeled, but that one's not on screen. But we're not gonna put this in because I was thinking about putting in the disc and seeing what was on it. But now the cool thing I want to show you was I found this on my shelf. So a while back, my father got like a mail from a senator or something to donate money or whatever, and this particular senator, I'm not here to promote a senator, but what I thought was cool was as part of the material for promoting their own campaign was this card with a pop-out A10 Warthog. How freaking cool is that?
I like that.
That's too cool.
Yeah, right?
That's
nice
too cool.
Promotion.
That's
That
nice.
is very nice, dude.
Yeah, so I just thought it was fire.
Look at that
Freedom
design
font.
too. Better designs than some of these ships in Star Trek.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty accurate too. You got like the two engines top mounted. You got your vertical stabilizers. You got your wings. You got some detail for the flaps. I mean, this is just like, hey, look, there's even a picture here to compare it to. So I just wanted to share that with you guys because I just thought this is like the coolest freaking piece of I don't know what you call it, campaign material or what, but I think it's freaking cool.
Yeah. I like that.
Is cool.
Man. Wow.
It is.
Very cool.
That is really nice. I don't care what party it is.
Yeah, but outside of that, I don't really have anything to add. I just wanted to show that to you guys because I think it's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, DJ, I want to thank you for joining us tonight here on Pop Talk as our special guest.
I appreciate it. It was an honor.
Yes, the stream was very informative, very fun. It flew by.
Mm-hmm.
And he talked a lot, so I didn't have to do any work.
That's right. He talked. Yeah.
Well, that's what we want from our guests.
Yeah,
that's
anyone
true.
who
that's exactly what we want.
is a special guest on Pop Talk. We want you to have the chance to talk. We'll sit back and listen because that's what I was doing. I was sitting back and listening. I was taking in everything you were saying.
Exactly.
That was the best part of having you guys on my Monday show. I had the opportunity to talk less.
That's the nice thing about guests. If you get the right guest.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Yeah, and so far I've been pretty lucky with most of my guests. Like I didn't have any situation where I had to overrun for an extended period of time. But like that was always my biggest fear before having a guest on was that I'd put myself in a situation like that. But no, it's been pretty good. Luckily, I've been picking decent guests that don't, keep me on for 6 hours, on my own show. I mean, on a Monday when I have work at 5 a.m. This is different. This is like a good 4 hours that went by faster than an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But before we do go, since you are our special guest, please promote yourself.
Yeah,
I'd like to promote myself. I'm going to promote myself to Fleet Admiral, and commensurate with that is a raise. I should be getting 6 figures going forward, so I need somebody to enact that somehow. But now, jokes aside, so literally promoting myself as opposed to a promotion. Basically, same thing every Monday at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. I do a Monday show, and I plan to continue to do that until I change my mind to a different day. And I doubt I will change it. Otherwise, I may do an occasional stream. On Tuesdays, I do sometimes appear on Snacks and Friends, where we basically build Gundams, and he does a show on Monday called does he even call it something? Well, basically we build Nip and Nag. He calls it Nip and Nag. And so yeah, you might catch me on Tuesdays on Snacks and Friends building mobile suits like this Gundam here using my patented technique. And my patented technique involves taking 2 pieces of plastic and melting them together so that you don't even see the panel line.
Sweet.
Wow.
And I got to do the same thing over here. So this one has a line on it. I'm going to put some glue on it today. Same thing here. I'm going to put the cement here, melt it, sand it, and I'm going to hide that line. But that's what I do on Tuesdays, sometimes whenever Snacks is available. But mainly it's the Monday show at 10:45. And maybe on occasion in the middle of the week or late in the week, I'll do a gaming stream or I'll cover some astronomical crap. Or if it's a late night and the weather permits, I'll do astronomy live streams. Going forward, I'm going to be using my community tab more to promote stuff. In fact, Mike was kind enough to send me a nice thumbnail image of today's stream, and I was able to utilize that for a community post so that I can say, hey, people, you can find me at Mike's channel today.
That's something I do try to do whenever I'm having a special guest on is I'll think of a thumbnail that works best for the individual, and then I'll send them a copy of the thumbnail to see how they like it. And if they want some changes to it, I'm willing to make changes to it.
Yeah, that one's perfect right there. Like I made some changes to it just to get it to fit in the community post, but like you can see here, like I put like a border and I put the little page peel thing so the time would be listed here in relevant time zones. And that came in pretty handy. I was able to whip that up. And then right after that, I discovered my turtle was getting stir crazy, and that's why I was late.
Like I told you, take care of what you need to take care of, and
especially the turtles.
Have you in when you're ready.
Turtles.
So what? Are you going to be making like egg turtle omelets now when it gets laid, or are you going to actually hatch them?
I want. The problem is that a lot of times what happens is they won't hatch because they're not fertilized. But what happens is if I don't get the turtle to lay the eggs in a nesting box or in the backyard, she'll eventually release the eggs while underwater when I'm not home or when I'm not watching. And so the only way I know is I'll either see like a little egg yolk in the tank, or I'll see some eggshells in the tank, and I'll have to like vacuum those up but like I think the turtle sees the eggs, doesn't know where it came from, and proceeds to eat the egg. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Like it's it's my own egg.
So in other words, you want to have the eggs for yourself for breakfast. I understand.
I'd like to, but they won't let me. They always take them for themselves. It's like, and I don't even know if they know they're eating their own eggs. I think the turtle, she lays her egg, then 5 minutes later, she's like, what's this? Breaks the egg and then goes, oh, food. And that's this girl right here. So
naughty thing.
I'd really like to get her to bury the eggs in a box, though, because I know that's the right thing. That's what they're supposed to do. And even if they're not fertilized, that's the way they do it. That's what's comfortable. That's what's supposed to be comfortable and safe for them. I mean, I'm glad that she releases them underwater because at least she's getting rid of them. But I don't want her to ever have, a situation where I have to get a vet to operate. It's like that. Just don't want that at all, right? So tomorrow, I'm going to take it out to the backyard if the weather permits. And if not, I'm going to put it in a box full of dirt and try to get her to just relax. But it's tough, yo. Like, you put her in a box full of dirt and she's trying to climb out. And it's like, dude, I'm doing you a favor. But, I'll work it out.
Yeah, you have a heart-to-heart with her. Have a heart-to-heart.
Exactly.
We'll have a heart-to-heart.
And Cash, what do you have coming up on the Phantom Hooligans?
All right. So Friday, 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we're going to tackle the some more Vermintide 2, and Anonymous should be there as well. So we'll have a full party, and we'll make sure everybody's up to date on the levels, and I don't want to cause people headaches again. I really don't.
You are a headache.
Oh, man. So are you, Baron.
I know.
We all are. We all are.
So that's coming up, and please, of course, recently I did a video on Persona 3 Reloaded, so I would love more feedback on that. If people would check that out on the Phantom Hooligans as well. There's
sure, I got some feedback.
It stinks.
Tried, Baron. I saw your feedback, you knucklehead. But yeah, so there's more videos coming up. I've definitely I didn't want to do one on Star Wars, but I just can't help myself not making fun of this new Star Wars Outlaws game. I can't help myself. I'm sure other people have done it, but I have to do it. I have to do it. I have to make fun of how stupid Ubisoft is going with the direction of this game. It's just so funny to me. But so that one's coming up, and then there's going to be some guided stuff of like grinding. I want to help people, show people, like, if you want to level up quicker in a game, like a Japanese RPG, I'm going to show people where to find certain areas, and you just keep leveling there. So I'll be doing that. And then I've been playing Persona 5 Royal offline, and I've been messing around with that to make sure everything's working. And now, since Restream working, that will be starting up soon as well. So there's a lot of stuff still coming on the Phantom Hooligans, but I'm very excited now because I'm able to start doing more of these recordings of these videos. So I'm going to be doing reactions to stuff and other things like that. So yeah. On the
So you're going to teach us hooligans. Are you going to help teach us how to speak Japanese so we can understand? Are you going to help us learn Japanese so we can understand?
Well, I'm thinking of getting that game that where you take these pictures and you start learning Japanese. It looks pretty cool.
Oh,
I'll have to show it to you, Baron.
That would be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool, actually.
Sounds like Rosetta Stone.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah.
I can watch some of those language shows they have on NHK. I like watching NHK a lot.
But you know, when I'm not on my own show, then I'll be helping Baron with Babylon 5, and then of course I'll be on Pop Talk and on Sunday, and yeah, always crazy stuff going on. I love how we rotate our channels. It's very cool. So.
And what about you, Baron? What's coming up on Baron Orban Tag's Fandom Legacy?
Well, Cash ruined it, so back to you, Mike. Oh, no. Of course, Saturday, 7 o'clock Central Daylight Time. It'll be the Babylon 5, the beginning of Season 5 of Babylon 5. So we're going to be discussing that particular season, how Byron is one of the greatest characters they ever added to the show.
Oh, boy.
And of course, that'll be
It's not as bad as some people make him out to be.
I know.
Could be a lot worse. I'll give you.
Yeah.
That. Could be a lot worse.
Hey, just sit down and watch some STD and then get back to me.
Oh boy.
But yeah, we're going to be doing that. Of course, Mike will be there. Cash will be there. Hopefully, Phil McCracken of Release McCracken and Lord Crit of Everest Production. Well, hopefully he'll swim in, and we'll hopefully have a nice discussion on that one. So hopefully doing 4 episodes, so not trying to keep it too long. That is, of course, depends on if we get history lesson from Phil, Dr. Phil. Yes. Professor Phil. There we go. Professor Phil. Don't want to be Dr. Phil. Professor Phil. So, and that's about it. Other than that, I'll be hanging out with these other knuckleheads. So the 3 knuckleheads somewhere's, where's one, it seems to be the others. So
that's right.
We're attached by the hip. You say, huh, Baron?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Well, as far as what the lead knucklehead has planned on the channel for tomorrow on the Rumble, YouTube, and Twitch channels at 6 p.m. Eastern, I'll be playing more of Mad Max. Now, the goal for tomorrow is to finish up all the story missions. Any side missions, I'll just complete them offline, but I mainly want to get through the game's main story on stream. So that'll happen at 6 p.m. Eastern. Then, of course, I'll be with Barrett and Cash Friday and Saturday on their respective channels. Sunday will be the 1 p.m. edition, and that's 1 p.m. Eastern time of Pacific. Sorry, Pacific 414 Pop Talk, and then next Wednesday on the channel, because I don't know what games I'm going to stream next week other than Final Fantasy. I haven't figured out what day that's going to be for Rebirth. But next Wednesday, we are going to have a watch party. And that watch party is going to be a movie that's, I think, a lot of people's favorite when it comes to Bill Murray comedies in the early 80s. And, a team up with him and Harold Ramis. And it's going to be Stripes.
Where the hell have you been, soldier?
Training, sir! Training, sir!
What kind of training, son?
Army training, sir! Army training, sir!
And that'll start at 6 p.m. Eastern. That'll be a watch party available to those of you on YouTube and Rumble. And if anybody would like to be on the panel for that stream, just send me a DM and I'll make sure you get the link.
Is it an extended cut?
It's going to be the cut that's available on Tubi.
Because I have the extended. Coincidentally, I'm literally holding the DVD in my hand right now because when I was going downstairs to find like random junk on my shelf to show as a prop, I was gonna make a joke about this movie. Like I never saw that movie because it looks boring, but I didn't really want to insult it because actually I hear it's very good. So, do you recommend I watch this movie?
I recommend it.
Cool.
Lighten up, Francis.
I think I'll give it a chance. I don't know if I'll watch it on Saturday, but I might watch it beforehand, or maybe I'll watch part of it, see if I like the taste, and then save my appetite for the weekend. I'll let you know.
Well, it's got John Candy in it as well. It has John Larroquette in it. Of course, as we said, Bill Murray and Harold Ramis. I mean, this film's got some people in there, and it's fun.
Very cool.
Absolutely fun.
List.
Yeah.
As far as that's concerned, Anonymous, I will neither confirm nor deny.
Oh, what? Oh, we got to have the Aunt Jemima treatment.
Oh, hey, like I said, I'm not going to confirm nor deny. I'll just tell you this right now, Anonymous. You can check Tubi right now.
Oh, and that's the other thing. Young Sean Young, one of her earlier roles.
Yeah.
Nice.
Almost forgot. Yeah.
That is what's going to be coming up on the Pacific Forum for YouTube and Rumble, more specifically, and also the Twitch channel. But before we get out of here, I do want to thank those of you who stopped by, and I'm very grateful for that. And we'll start from the bottom here and work our way to the top. I just want to make sure. Looks like everybody was tagged. So first going to start off, and this is over on Baron's YouTube channel. We had John Rendell stop by.
My Super Wrench. Yep.
And over on the Pacific Forum 4 channel, Pops, who invited me to his Talk Hard show yesterday to talk Transformers the movie. That was a great discussion with him, Stone Loki, and Ironcaster. Highly recommend you check it out. I'll go ahead and grab the link to it. And
sadly, no Squeaker Mouse.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't ask, but she's been busy too.
Yeah.
And remember, Rodimus Prime loves Phil, so he just and he loves his GoBots too. So
yeah, GoBots. Hey, Doc, Pop. Doc Pop. Pops likes them too. The GoBots.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Man.
Right.
I like them too.
Yeah, Phil's just an elitist knob.
I also want to thank James. Appreciate that. Real Wade Gaming Clips. I want to thank him again for inviting me to his stream on Monday to talk about comics. It was a great conversation. Talking with Wade, talking with the Comic Relief Crusader, Gary from Pop Culture Minefield, and the Common Nerd. It was a great stream. Had a
Gary.
good time. And we also had Real Vit. Thank you very much. New face. I don't recall seeing you before, but thank you for stopping by. And of course, Cash chiming in. We also had Tim's Talk. Good to see you, Tim. And it was also good to see Bucky's Crafting. I hope you and your family are doing well.
He's always crafting something. He's crafty that way.
And of course, we had Anonymous. Anonymous. And Dr. Doom. This new face I didn't recognize, but good to see you. Welcome. Hope you like what you saw. Jet Sparks, thank you for being here. Also, Vor, it's good to see you. Zax, I believe he was over on your side, Baron. Good to see you.
Probably,
Zax,
yeah.
And,
yeah, I think he was, yeah.
And it was also good to see Zax in the chat during yesterday's stream of Pops. And of course, it's also good to see George Lucas. Hadn't seen you in a while, George. Glad to see you. And Pop of Pop Culture Mechanic.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Raquel SSG. Good to see you, Raquel. And of course, our guest of honor, DJRonnie G.
DJ Nerd.
Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective was here. Good to see you, Tommy.
Tommy.
And the Nerporial Lifeform. Good to see you, Brian.
Michael Chiklis Jr.
Hope you're doing well, brother. And of course, Phil McCracken was here with his Phil McCrackenisms.
Yes, I like that. Yeah. Agent Smith finally came back from the Matrix again. We got to put him back in there and leave him there.
And Dempsey, good to see you, brother. Thank you for the member chatting. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. I mean, here it is spring. You know, the weather's getting warmer. And yeah, things are looking up. Salty Traveling Sea, good to see you, Salty.
Oh.
Yeah. Been a while. Good to see you, my friend.
Pat Wannabe, good to see you, brother. And of course, he's logical. He's Vulcan. He's Spock. Spock's Fridays night. Good to see you, brother. I know the school year is almost up. And Ensign, excuse me, Ensign Rusher.
Ensign Rusher. It's great.
Good to see you. It's been a while. And of course, Big Daddy T-Gap Steve, with a very interesting edition of Beverly Hills 414.
Yeah, there's something.
I think all of them are.
Yeah, they've gotten weirder. He's like, how can I make this crazier? Oh boy. Yes.
Anonymous, George Lucas, we need to have a word.
Anonymous.
But I do want to thank everybody for watching on all three YouTube channels, the Pacific 4 and 4 YouTube channel, the Baron Norman Tags Phantom Legacy channel, Phantom Hooligans, also the Pacific 4 and 4 Twitter/X account, and the Pacific 4 and 4 Rumble and Baron Norman Tags Facebook group. I also want to take the time to say thank you to S. Michelson 1 for following the Rumble channel. Greatly appreciate that.
Sweet.
And welcome to the Madhouse.
That's right.
If you all can do us a favor, subscribe to everybody here on the panel, everybody in the chat, and follow our respective channels. And until then, remember this. Don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Especially when the Cubs have a lead. Super lead.
But we have to find out about the corn. We're in the corn.
I don't even talk about that stuff anymore on the channel, Baron.
I know. You know, you're still a baseball guy. You don't talk about it, but you still like baseball. By the way, have your guns shown up there at the Dodger games? Cash?
No.
Have a good night, everybody.
Your guns never showed up. Yeah, take care, everybody.
That was only that one time, man.
Only one time. Yeah. Nerd!